Yeah, but y'all down that's like PD hoes rise, and they rise again. From the front line to leading mates and friends. Oh, this is your season, time to take a stand. Hey, hero makers, legends spreading across the land.
It's your roof from Tassie, bouncing like a kid at a bunning sausage sizzle on a Saturday morn. Season 3's lit, laptop lifestyle, that show Hero Makers. Season is born from AI funnels to social selling grit. Now it's hero making time. Strap in, this is it, yo. I've hopped Tokyo's back streets, cop the LA glow, bringing yarns from the road, mate. Watch the wisdom flow from the kitchen bench, hustle to the big global stage. We're handing you the keys, now it's time to turn the page.
A few heroes rise, and they rise again. From the front line to leading mates and friends. Oh, this is your season, time to take a stand. Hero makers, been spreading across the land.
I'm the pumped up platypus from Sunny QA, more bounce than a kid who spotted the ice cream van. You see, two Wizzy dads, mate, bringing boom source seed, helping legends step up, take the driver's seat. We're not just here to yabba raw, spin ya a line. We're handing you the mic so your voice can shine. From Tassie to Tokyo, Goldie to Perth, hero makers worldwide, lifting leaders of worth.
Jeff Rule's got the coffee double shot, mate, I'm wide. They platypus at the pool party, still floating our tide. Jeff from barbecues to boardrooms, we bring the yarns and the tools, helping legends lead strong and break all the rules.
See heroes rise, and they rise again. From the front line to leading mates and friends. And this is your season, time to take a stand. Hero makers, legends spreading across the land.
Grab your brew, your notepad, and your crew. It's the laptop lifestyle dad show. Hero Maker season, bringing heroes out of you.
Patty the Rule, platypus bringing the tricks.
Hero Makers podcast, your daily boom source fix.
Heroes rise, and they rise again. From the front line to leading mates and friends. Oh, this is your season, time to take a stand. Hey, hero makers, legends spreading across the land. Heroes rise, then they rise again. From the front line to leading mates and friends. Oh, this is your season, time to take a stand. Hey, hero makers, legends
Well, welcome here, everyone. It's Jeffrey Ross here, tuning in from down in Tasmania, Australia. We've got an amazing summit lined up here for you today to talk about the transition of wealth that we have seen in our world. You know, the whole purpose of this summit is called the AI Wealth Summit, right? So we've got some amazing speakers like Austin Armstrong, we've got Josh Phelps, we've got Peter Swain, we've got people from the United Kingdom, USA, down here in Australia and everywhere in between tuning in today. And the purpose is to be able to help you to understand, be educated, to create awareness so you can be informed, so you can move in the direction. You know, I like what Dr. Joseph McClendon said, a few weeks back on another interview. He was discussing that, in this world, we see a lot of turmoil in our world today, right? And that's right. There is a lot of chaos. There is a lot of turmoil. But inside of that, just like any other time in history, there is also a pivot happening. There's an adjustment happening. There's a realignment happening. And inside of that, those of us who tuned in and open-minded and aware are the ones that will see the wealth transitioning hands. I'm going to bring up my co-host here for today, Mr. Michael Silvers from USA and Jenny Lopez. And it's an absolute pleasure to be on this summit here with you again. We've done quite a few of these together now. And I love how we get to change up the topics. But what I do love about these is how we create an impact to help heal the world, to help, transform the world from the inside out. And it might be just a little golden nugget, a lesson here and a lesson there that gives someone access to the tools that they need to go be wildly successful beyond their wildest dreams. So, Michael, you've been an amazing mentor and my business partner now, and we've done a few of these events together. What are you looking forward to today's event?
It's always about, and by the way, hello, everybody. It's great to have you all on here. It's funny with so many events through all the years, what makes the difference is one of my business partners is Mary Glorfield, and she was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. And they did 82 countries together. So it's always about educating those around the world, which is why we do these shows, because the virtual, they can get on here, they can learn something that's happening now. Because what's happening today is going to change tomorrow and the next day and the next day, but at least it keeps you aware. And awareness is that great piece. So during this show, sit back, relax, really take that part of yourself that is ready into the learning state, and know at the same time, we're going to flash through the show really a way to get contact and be part of the community, because you want that. That's for your education. That's for your learning. That's how you stay aware of what's going on. So make sure you're part of that. Make sure that you love to be part of this community, how we put this here. And I'm so excited to be here, Jeff. It's just a great day.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And it's an absolute pleasure, as always, serving in this community with you. And I'm just always astounded with the quality of the speakers that want to come play with us, that want to say yes. And if you're watching here too, I know we've got a couple coming up today that have been on this journey with us. They've watched us from the last couple of years with the events that we've done, and they've come in and they've played in a more of a closer knit circle with us. And now they're coming on to do their own solo interview today. That's Stacey and Bruno, and just an amazing couple. And I can't wait for that interview to come out for you all. Jenny, what are you most looking forward to today's summit?
Well, hola. It's a pleasure again to be with both of you, Jeff and Michael. Accent from Puerto Rico, calling all the way from Indianapolis, Indiana, here in the U.S. I'm super excited to listen to leaders from around the world. And we have people representing different industries, from digital marketing to real estate, and speakers, authors, wellness, everything. And we are in a world that right now, we need to continue to learn. So just exercise the skill of continuous learning, because even if you learn something today, just like Michael said, might be outdated in 2 weeks because we're changing so fast. So we need to continue to learn and apply so we can have the impact that we're meant to have.
Yeah, for sure. And I know a few of these summits that I've been here in the past. I've got notepads after notepads, and make sure that you've got your notepad out and your pen ready to take a lot of notes, right? And yes, this will be recorded, and we will be sending the replay out. So throughout the summit, watch out for our amazing commercial that we put together here for you to make sure that you register for all of our future events, and for this one to get the replay. I know a lot of people love those replays because they can go back, they can watch them, they can slow them down, they can pause them, they can take notes, but just don't take notes. Like, it's all good, acquiring the information, but go and take massive action. Go and fail forward fast. One of the interviews that we've got lined up here today is from Peter Swain. He's been in the industry for 30 years. And I know that he's going to be able to talk some things around, futuristic stuff here and all that sort of thing. So I'm really looking forward to that interview. We've also got Blair Fienda joining us here later on to close out the show. Young 20-something, that's got over 300,000 followers on TikTok. And we're about to open up this show with my amazing friend here, Austin Armstrong. Now, we talk about servant-hearted leadership. Michael, what are some of the characteristics and the qualities that you've come to admire with Austin?
It's just the thing that I learn all the time, and what you're going to learn is really just to be of service, to always be out there, to do for others. And the great thing about Austin is a big part of what they do is the cutting edge faceless videos and what's going on now and how big it is. So his company and what they're doing is on the leading edge of that. And you want to sit back and listen to this.
For sure. And Jenny, I know you've got an amazing interview lined up with Denny Walsh. Denny Walsh has done a few of these summits with us now. And when I was planning this summit out, it's like, who do I get to interview Denny? I've done it a couple of times, but I thought, let's mix it up. Let's get Jenny in there. What are you looking forward to with that interview?
Yeah, I mean, he does a lot of the ClickFunnels, right? That is something, a technology that people are leading out there with it. I'm really looking forward to know how AI is disrupting or enhancing that way of continue to scale your business. So really, really looking forward to learning from him.
And so we've got Melissa Mitchell here from Australia, who's I think she's quite known as being in love with Justin Bieber with the AI, but inside joke. I'm sure you'll get to find out about her story. And we've got some amazing panels lined up with a few other Aussies here, and it's just going to be an amazing summit. The interview that I got to say that I'm most looking forward to as well is one with Josh Feltz. He's a young entrepreneur. He's a CEO of an affiliate marketing company, and he's just taken the world by storm. And I'm really looking forward to that interview as well. All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a commercial. We're going to open up with Austin Armstrong with this summit, and we're going to get this one moving forward. Make sure you've got your notes. Make sure you've got your pen so you can take lots of your notepad and your pen so you can take lots of notes. And also make sure that you continue to register for the events if you haven't already. This has been hosted in the Facebook group with the Hero Makers community, on YouTube and LinkedIn. So come and say good day. Make sure that you're commenting. Make sure that you share this out around with everybody else so we can get this information out to the world. All right, guys, we'll look forward to seeing you straight after this commercial break. Woo. I can find the button. There we go.
Let's go.
The AI Wealth Summit. We are living in one of the most disruptive and opportunistic moments in modern day history. Every technological shift has created two groups: those who resist it and those who learn to lean into it and learn how to get educated and get in early and build leverage. AI is not coming. It's been here for a couple of years now, actually quite a few years. And the question is, it's not going to change the marketplace. The question is, how will you position yourself to benefit from it? And that's why today's conversation matters, because there is more turmoil in the marketplace than ever before. But inside that turmoil, there is more opportunity for those who are educated, aware, and willing to lean in and take action. And that's exactly what this summit's about: clarity, leverage, and intelligent positioning. And today we've got someone who isn't just watching the shift, he's actually one of the guys who are helping pioneer it. He's building it. Austin Armstrong is the CEO of Syllabi, an AI-powered platform that's helping entrepreneurs and businesses create scalable content systems with artificial intelligence. He's at the forefront of the AI-driven marketplace and automation and digital leverage.
and he understands how technology is reshaping the wealth creation in real time. So, Austin, welcome to the AI Wealth Summit, mate.
Jeff, I appreciate you so much. It's such an honor to be here. I look forward to every time that we have a conversation because it's always fun and intellectual, and it just goes down amazing, really helpful rabbit holes. And I hope the same for today, and I hope this is an impactful conversation for everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. It's not the first one we've had now. We've had many of these conversations, and they always definitely leave a lot of value, something that's there, that's evergreen content as well. And, you know, I love what we're doing with Mr. Michael Silvers and our other co-host here with this summit. So let's dive in. So let's zoom out first. You know, there is a lot of noise around this whole AI. We've seen it, you know, quite ripe now for the last 3-4 years. Yep. You know, there is a lot of fear. There is still a lot of excitement. But from your vantage point, what is actually happening beneath the surface?
Well, I think it's the biggest cultural shift and largest technological shift that we've ever seen. And it's moving at such a rapid speed. I mean, even though that we are maybe 4 years, three and a half years into the mass consumer adoption on the bell curve. I mean, like AI in general has been worked on for 20, 30, 40 years now at some capacity, but the floodgates really opened when ChatGPT came to the market, and we've just seen how fast everything has shifted. And I think you no longer have the time to wait and see what's happening. You need to your job, your livelihood, your life depends on this. You don't have to fully rely everything that you do on it. And I also don't want you to think like you have to abandon your humanity, but you need to know how to use this stuff in your life if you want to become relevant and stay relevant.
Yeah, that's a very, very important topic there, right there, to stay relevant. So where do you see the biggest opportunities for entrepreneurs who move early?
Well, you know, I've always been an early adopter, and sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't. In this case, it very much it has. And like you said, you know, in every major shift, there tends to be two different classes of people. There's the I'm going to jump in early, go all in and see what happens. And when those markets shift, those tend to be the people that make out the best. And then there's the fearful, wait and see, I don't like change type of people, that their catch-up process is a lot more difficult, right? And so if those people are going to have to play major catch-up in their industry and in the world, and they're probably mad for not jumping in, and they don't like, you know, and it's okay, and that's societal. We're how many 8 billion people on Earth at this point? It's okay. There's going to be difference, but I think the real opportunity for people that jumped in and are getting involved in this, there's such a huge shift in wealth happening right now, and now there's even nuances. So I know you've jumped in on the AI bandwagon really early on as well, and I have so many friends that have gotten in on this early. And what we're starting to see now is there's little like now paths and nuances and areas that people are going down and becoming like experts and specialists within that niche of that niche, right? So it's not just like AI is this generic thing. Like there's video for AI, there's coding, vibe coding, which is something I'm really interested in and passionate about. And I've been going down that road for about a month, and it's just been a huge wealth maker for me personally. But there's like a lot of like just prompt engineering and image generation. There's so many different paths that you can navigate. And it's been amazing, and it's positioned myself. I mean, it's changed my life. I've grown a ridiculous amount of online influence, and it's opened up massive opportunities in my physical world life that probably never would have happened if I wouldn't have gotten in and adopted AI early on. So, I mean, it's been just an absolute life changer for jumping in early, and I think anyone can benefit from that.
Yeah, like for me personally, it's been a way to deeper understand this human psychology of myself and also my
Yeah.
audience. You know,
Yeah.
and in that, when you partner with it in that equation, it helps to create a deeper level of understanding, a deeper level of intellect, but also a deeper level of intimacy, right? And I know when you can, communication 101, when you're talking to your audience at the level that you're talking to that inside voice, you're talking to that heart conversation. And I've seen you do that very effectively, keeping the human elements alive, but really partnering with AI in a way to support that, but not squash that in a way. So, if you had the time to go back, like back in time, for where you started now and even just go back 5 years, what would be some of the wisdom that you would tell you tell your younger self in that space, leaning into, this whole world coming up to, what would you have done either different or even better?
I'm not sure I would do much different, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at right now. I mean, if you have the force, the cop out answer is like, invest in Bitcoin earlier, put more money in Bitcoin.
Yeah, right.
Although right now,
right now it might be an interesting conversation.
Yeah. But aside from like, investments or something like that, I think just giving myself permission, I think, to aim even higher, make bigger swings. Because the consistency component has always been there for me. I've been at this game for a very long time, as you know, Jeff. But as far as the path that I chose, I probably wouldn't change a whole lot, because I'm very fortunate and very happy with where I'm at right now, and it's continuing to compound and open up every door that I've ever wanted.
And you've been someone too. I've watched your journey, and we've had a couple of interviews now, so it's starting to get to know you a bit better. You started right back even when MySpace was a thing,
Yeah.
So how important is positioning in these revolutions, right? Because you've gone through like the whole social revolution. Now we're going through the AI revolution, and I know myself, really, riding the wave, if you will. Positioning seems to be a very important aspect of getting in early and then becoming an authority, building your influence, and be a part of actually the wealth creation side of the conversation. So how important is positioning for you?
Well, it's everything, and jumping in early gives you that leverage to shift the position as markets shift as well. And this is the importance of a personal brand, because you can shift that position as markets shift as well, and you can test things like, for a long time I was the addiction treatment marketing person, and then I was the SEO guy on TikTok when TikTok was starting to come up, and then I was the TikTok guy, and then I was the short form video guy. And the last 3.5, 4 years now, I've been the AI guy, and I've been able to place a lot of early bets and position myself as an intrigued learner that shares what he learns. And that's how I've kind of positioned myself as I don't have any ego. I'm very much just, as I discover things, I freely share. And I think people have really liked that sort of cadence with me as well. I'm very approachable, very open, and I try to be very, very helpful. But there's been plenty of circumstances where I fell flat, being an early adopter. I mean, I thought 360 video and VR was going to change the world.
Yeah.
And revolutionize. Dude, I jumped in super early in 360 video. I had whatever the first, I had the Oculus first Oculus, and I think I had a HTC Vive, or whatever the first 360 viewing experience was. And I bought it. I had a Yi 360 camera, and this was 7, 8 years ago. And I thought it was going to revolutionize therapy, for instance, because that was the space that I was in. And so I did mock therapy sessions with therapists. I strapped this freaking 360 camera on my head in a therapist's office, role played as a patient for different things and just asked questions, and had like real therapy sessions with a 360 camera. We put them on YouTube because YouTube supported 360 video. There were a couple websites that, but long story short, the reason I say that is because, like, is anybody watching 360 videos today? No. You know, that technology fell completely flat, but like also nobody remembers those days except for me, right? It's now a story that I can talk about. And so why not take that early bet and position yourself towards something that you think is going to be revolutionary and shift markets, so that if it does, you are in that position that you were early, and so you get that leverage of the market rising with you and throwing everything back at you. So that's positioning, I think, is everything.
Yeah, so that sort of also leads in, like, this is the AI Wealth Summit, right? So I'm sure that you know, you've been in a position to invest in early things as well. Some have probably succeeded, some have probably flopped, but that's the entrepreneurial roller coaster ride right there, right? It's just a quick sort of microcosm of that. And yeah, I want to talk a bit about that. So, you know, how have you navigated this space, you know, to help you to generate your wealth with, you know, your intellect, with your AI and all of that conversation?
So I went down the software path pretty early because software has traditionally had extremely high valuations, profit margins. It's relatively, well, it's not necessarily easier to get into. It's easier and easier. And because of the audience that I had online and being in affiliate marketing for a long time, consumer software was a really easy place for me to get into. And so I shifted my agency, my marketing agency, into an AI software tool called Syllabi, which we've now been around for a little over 3 years now. I think about 3 years and a month we've been public and alive. So relatively, that was early in the AI software space of a publicly usable tool. So, and I partnered with a really good friend of mine, my CTO, that he's been in AI and machine learning for about 7 or 8 years now. So he's been in it for a long time, working at major companies, Dell, Genentech, Apple, Pfizer. And he understood my marketing background experiences as well. And so we jumped into this AI software space pretty early. And that has allowed me to understand the software game from not just a promotional perspective, but from a building perspective and a scaling perspective. And then and I'm not technical, by the way, I'm just a marketer and an opportunist that is very interested in AI. And so the really cool shift that happens, an opportunity, again, because I positioned myself early on in software, is that the revolution of vibe coding has really exploded and taking off. There's massive companies now like Lovable and Replit and Base 44, even Manus can code. So what this opportunity has presented is that even without a technical background and coding experience, I can create my own software and sell it using my audience. So I can just type naturally, like, I want to create a tool that does X, Y, and Z. It has these features. It's for this ideal client persona. It has these design elements. And then you just kind of go through that iteration process. I've launched 6 of these software tools right now so far, and they are growing in revenue. My top one, for instance, makes about $10,000 a month. It's about a 95% profit margin on it because it's a wrapper layer. So I'm just rolling that out, testing that. I'm able to test pricing structures, free trial versus no trial, lifetime only, different niches that I never would have been interested in, and just what are the best go-to-market strategies. And now we're actually scaling an entire team behind that because we now have repeatable processes because we've been doing this for 1.5 years now. So now we have a product manager that learned how to vibe code. She creates all of the code. We just brought on a virtual assistant today Actually, I had an onboarding call earlier today to run my go-to-market strategy for setting up the social profiles, getting them on directory listings, doing a product hunt launch, setting up ad campaigns. So we actually, like, what used to cost millions and millions of dollars to create software tools to make recurring revenue, we can now do in about a week.
Wow.
But it's because of the early positioning and pivoting in that space. And so that's some of my big plays this year. Continuing to grow Syllabi, because Syllabi is very fast growing. We had a tremendous year last year, and just continue to do. Say again.
It's a very powerful tool.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to grow that. But yeah, I just love the software game, and AI is making that easier and easier, and it's making me more and more money, to be honest.
You know, we saw, you know, it's not patterns that we haven't seen before, right? We've seen similar patterns like even way back in the gold rush days. And you saw all the people migrate to the gold mines and go looking for gold, but it wasn't necessarily the miners who were making the money. It was the guys probably selling the shovels and the picks, but the guys behind that were making even more money. The guys who were actually making the shovels and the picks. And so the chain is not necessarily changed, but what has changed is this speed to marketplace.
Yes.
And the implementation of that. So I love that. You've even got my brain starting to now whir along and all gears thinking about how I can sort of speed up some processes what I'm doing in the podcast marketplace and you know, in there. So, you know, being the tool creator is definitely one of the ways that, you know, the wealth is transitioning to. And that all starts with, you know, having an understanding and experimentation, you know, getting into that space. And there's just a masterclass just in that conversation in itself, right? So I want to talk about also, you know, the influence side of things of marketing, right? Because I do see like money shifting hands in the marketing scenes, right? People, even big companies now, especially in Asia, are moving more towards, you know, investing into influencer style sort of marketing rather than pay-per-click advertising and all of that sort of things. There's a shift of wealth going on in that space as well. And I know that you've been a part of this space. And so there's two things I want to dig into. The influencer space and how AI is sort of supporting that conversation, but also in the event space, because like you just hosted a big event last year. You've got it coming up again this year. And I know events, you know, even like these summits, right? They're a way to help us to build our influence and share, you know, that authority. What I actually start to see in the marketplace is this more collaborative community coming together rather than being so competitive. And we can start to really build each other up with that rising tides raise all ships conversation. So let's come back around full circle, right? So there's a couple of questions in that part there. So, you know, how is AI supporting the influencer space, you know, and how can someone that's new maybe dive in and sort of point them in the right direction? And how is AI supporting the event space as well?
Great questions. And I could take an hour to answer all of that.
Well, we've got about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. So, all right, let's see here. So first of all, I want to preface this to say that there is a path here to make money as an influencer in the AI space. And I'm going to share how in a second. But you have to also remember that in order to make significant money, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And you have to genuinely have an interest and enjoyment in doing this, or you will burn out. I have been doing this for 20 years. I love this. I post 20 times a day.
Yeah.
I will bury you if you don't like to do this and you're just trying for a quick cash grab.
You got to be
You
obsessed.
will not be able to keep up with anyone in the space. And so I don't want any of this to come across as like, oh, I'm going to make $1 million, you know, from putting in 30 days of work here, because I know you know this too. You've been in the game for a long time, and I see how amazing and consistent you are as well, because you love the game, right? It's fun every single day. But creator burnout is a real thing. People burn out on content creation because they think that the only way that they're going to make money is from getting monetized on YouTube or TikTok or Facebook ad revenue, and then they spend all this time creating this content, and they get they're finally monetized, and they get that first little revenue, and it's like 16 cents, and you're like, oh, I spent all this time. It's awful. But just creating AI news, like it is being the source of AI news is a massive opportunity. Just sharing, like today, Claude Opus 4.6 came out. So create a bunch of content on that. Last week, there was a ton of outlier content of ClaudeBot, aka Moltbot, aka OpenClaw. I was studying this on YouTube. There were YouTube channels, the demand was so massive. There were YouTube channels that had 200 subscribers and videos on how to set up ClaudeBot getting hundreds of thousands of views. And so just hijacking AI news trends will set you up from a lot of interest, because the news cycle is weekly right now, but almost daily as well, because it's just moving so fast. So doing that is going to grow your influence, open up the ability to get brand deals. I would start doing affiliate marketing. Both you and I are affiliate marketers. So like AI SaaS affiliate marketing is fantastic because it's high commission percentages, 20, 30, 40, 50% recurring commissions. It stacks up forever. So as you're talking about AI tools and breaking AI news, you're getting some of these commissions that are coming in. Brand deals are coming in from the software companies that see that. They're spending money and throwing money hand over fist. I work with a lot of ongoing companies on a monthly basis, 4, 5, 6 brand deals a month I'm doing right now. And they're paying me to talk about their software and demo their software and whatnot. So those are all money-making opportunities. And you can use AI to do a lot of that work for you. So like you can use AI to do the research and write scripts or write text posts or write emails, set up automations. I mean, there's so many automated tools and systems that you can set up with N8N and Make.com and now OpenClaw itself. You have an agent on your phone. So like it really is, there's so much opportunity. And I'm seeing people all around the world take advantage of this as well. Because the other thing that we have to consider is, like, you're in Australia, I'm in Australia or New Zealand? Australia, right?
Tasmania, Australia. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I'm in the United States. So we like the budgets and high revenue and cost of living for us is fairly high, right?
Yeah.
But there's people in Africa and India and Philippines that are leveraging this technology or leveraging this hype train, right? And affiliate marketing pays everyone the same. And I love that. No matter where you are in the world, as long as you're able to, like, connect your payout account, which can be an issue for some people in other countries. Neither here nor there. But everybody gets paid the same. And so by jumping into this news cycle and these trending opportunities on these tools that are coming out, you can literally change your life. And I'm seeing these people use AI to create news about AI, creating content about AI, driving affiliate marketing, getting brand deals, changing their life in very short periods of time, like 6 months, a year. You can jump into this and follow myself, follow what Jeff's doing. You'll see all, like, particularly on Facebook, by the way. And if you're really good at noticing patterns, you'll notice how our somewhat small group of people are all connected, lifting one another up, as you were also saying and alluding to as well. All boats rise with the tide. There's maybe 50 of us. Everybody's helping each other out. We're all growing together here. Everybody's super cool. And the other opportunity there, to the second question, is it creates human connection. And so while we're growing in this online world and sharing tools and sharing AI news, and the money's flowing from the software companies that are raising billions of dollars, and it's just creating this whole ecosystem, there's more interest of people saying, how can I do this? How can I learn AI? How can I learn to create content about these things? And so that creates the need for in-person experiences for meetup groups and conferences. That's why I launched my conference, AI Marketing World. We had about 450 people attend last year. We're looking at about 750 people attend this year. It's growing. It's an amazing experience. We have people from all around the world come to it, and we learn together and we build together. And then we had an upsell from that, teaching vibe coding for 3 days. So we had an amazing 3-day workshop where everybody left with, how to validate ideas online, how to actually vibe code, and then how to go to market. And I have a whole long-term strategy there that we can really talk about if you want to get in the weeds. But it's this whole ecosystem that all speaks to one another. And it's just such a cool time. And I'm obviously so excited and exhilarated by all of this.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. And you've also just launched a book too. So I want to give you an opportunity to give you a book, a bit of a plug, Virility. But I love you. That's quite ingenious, like the way that you've done that and the marketing concept. Because I can see all these testimonies and these book reviews going around, wearing half of Austin's face. It's actually quite hilarious. Very, very clever. So where can people find your book, and what's the impact of the book, like the outcome that if they read your book, what are they going to get?
Oh, it's been amazing. Thank you, brother. Yeah. So the book is called Virality with an exclamation point. You can find it on Amazon, Virality with an exclamation point, or you can find it right on my website, austinarmstrong.ai. It is 21 years of my experience working in marketing. So the first part of the book is sort of stories inside my brain, so you can understand how I think and how I've gotten to where I am today, and some of those failures from early adoptions and testing different things. And then the second 2/3 of the book is very much workbook focused on how to go viral on every single social media platform. And I'm not talking dancing and cat videos and stuff. Like
you don't want to
I have millions.
No, you don't want to see them.
Nobody wants to see that. I'm a business owner. The whole thesis of the book is don't be a content creator, be a business owner who creates content. And that's what I teach you in the book. The nuances of every single social media platform, psychological tricks that you can do to increase the engagement on your content. Where I'm seeing AI go, there's a whole chapter about vibe coding to go a little bit more in depth in that, money making opportunities with AI and social media. And at the end of every chapter is a section where you can mark down your top 3 takeaways, the 3 action items that you are going to take, and the timeline that you're going to give yourself to take action on those things. I've sold thousands of copies of this book so far. I'm truly blessed. It's opened up a ton of opportunities. It's everything that I know about marketing. It's 300 pages. I think this book will change your life if you're willing to read it and take action on it.
Love that. And where can we grab the book? Where can we find it?
Anywhere, really. Amazon, but it's distributed everywhere online. So Barnes and Noble, whatever bookstore, online bookstore. It's distributed through Ingram Sparks. So it should be anywhere that you buy books.
I love that. Well, Austin, thank you, mate. This has been absolutely another powerful conversation. What I've loved about this conversation is it starts to remove fear and it places it with responsibility. Yes. AI isn't magic. It's just leverage. Archimedes said, give me a lever and I'll move the world. We can see that AI is moving the world, right? And so when we hand someone leverage and give someone to, willing to learn, it becomes opportunity, right? So for our audience, if you're watching right now and you're feeling uncertainty with where the world's heading, this is your reminder. Every disruption in history has created more opportunity than it's actually destroyed, but only for those really who are open and willing to get in and lean in. So now here's what I want you to go do. Don't just consume this content. Like, let's get it out there. Let's share it. Let's get it out to our friends and our family. Tag a friend. Send this to a business owner, forward it to someone who's been worried about the future of AI. Because what this is, the intent and the impact of this summit is to help to create clarity, because clarity spreads faster than fear. And this summit is about building leaders who knows how to leverage the moment. And so if this conversation is helping you to shift your thinking even slightly, we've done our job. So get it out there and share it, because people who win in this era are the ones who get educated early on. So Austin, mate, thank you very much for your time once again. It's an absolute pleasure. I'm actually looking forward. I'm actually going to fly over. I'm going to be at the next AI World Marketing Summit, so I'll be there with you. And,
Let's go. I can't wait, brother. It's going to be fun.
Let's do it. All right, mate. Thank you for your time. We'll be right back after this commercial break for our next interview. All right, guys, welcome back. I've got another amazing guest here today. This is the AI Wealth Summit here, and we're just having a phenomenal time together. Hey, drop a 1 in the comments for me if you're just getting so much value from all the interviews that we've been hosting here today. And it's my absolute pleasure to bring another Aussie to the stage here, Melissa Mitchell. I've got to know Melissa through, AI conversations back and forth over the last couple of years. And Melissa, it's great to have you here on the AI Wealth Summit. Absolutely love seeing you shine, and all your Justin Bieber sort of AI things. And it cracks me up every time I see that sort of content. But Melissa, for our audience that doesn't know you as well as I do, and maybe some of our other speakers as well, I'd love you just to share a little bit of background about yourself, share your story in the next sort of 5 minutes, just to help our audience get to know you a bit.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me. And of course, to all the other speakers, because I learn so much every time you run these, Jeff, and I'm always inspired. And I think that's the nature of this industry, is that we never stop learning, because, we don't know everything, and this industry just, changes so fast. So thank you to all of your other speakers as well. So welcome to everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here. So a little bit about me. Yes, I'm here in Australia. You haven't picked up my accent, and I I do tend to talk fast, so I'll try not to. So yeah, I'm here in Australia. I live in, I'm from Melbourne, but I live out of Melbourne now, in regional Victoria, and my journey has been one that's all been self-taught. I don't have a marketing degree or anything like that. So hopefully, wherever you are in the world, I want you to know that it doesn't matter what resources you've got. It doesn't matter if you're starting from the bottom. We're living in a time that you can just teach yourself anything. If you've got access to the internet, access to events like the summit here and past summits that Jeff has run, and future summits, go back and watch the other ones, because you can just pick up anything, here, YouTube content that's out there from Jeff and all the other speakers, etc. And you can just, learn anything. We've got so much AI now. So my journey, just in a quick nutshell, is I've done so many different things. I've been a makeup artist in film a long time ago. I'm 50 now, so it was a long time ago. I then became a flight attendant, and then found myself in marketing by default. I had to market myself. After flight attending, I got back into makeup, and I wanted to market myself. I didn't know how to, and I started from there. And it started with organic marketing. We didn't have AI then. Now we've got AI. So just fast forward a little bit. Even my marketing journey, teaching myself, has changed because of AI, which I know, Jeff, we'll talk about this today. And over probably the last 5 or 6 years that I've had a marketing agency. So I've got 2 parts to my business. If you're not familiar with this term, a B2C part, which is business to customer. So that's the forward facing, what you see on Facebook. I have some little, sort of residual things, some, a little bit of affiliate and brand deals and those sorts of things, and monetization, the fun stuff, and the fun AI videos that Jeff talked about that brings some money in, and that's to content creators and people with some small online businesses. And then I've got a marketing agency, which I'll talk about the change in that in a moment with Jeff. And that is a B2B. So I market business to business, so to other businesses. And that has changed as well in itself because of AI in a big way. And that, out of necessity there. So that's sort of my journey in a nutshell.
I think that's why you and I get along so well with our conversations, because we're cut from the same cloth, right? I worked on the land, and I don't have a marketing degree or any degree to my name, and come up through the school of hard knocks, and basically figured it out as we go. And I like what Joseph McClendon talks about in this space of the leadership side of it all. There are no fearless people, but there are some people who fear less. And I see you step into that space, and you've just taken this ownership and like the bull by the horns, and you have fun with it, and you experiment, and you get in, and through that experimentation you learn a few things, and then you go, and I see you teaching people how to do the same things to follow. And that's that real true leadership, right? John Maxwell talks about leadership as influence, nothing more, nothing less. And so that's how we get to win people and influence people. Now, you mentioned there that you've got some shifts going on. Probably my next question here, just to get straight into it, is how do you see AI disrupting traditional business models and wealth creation pathways right now?
Yeah. And it's a really interesting conversation. So for me, my business started as a done for you, and to answer that question, a done for you model. So, and I'm talking in my agency. What I was really good at is organic marketing. So we started doing this, and we were managing social media accounts for people, and we, attracted a certain type of business, and that suited us, a small to medium enterprise, and we were marketing for them. And what happened, Jeff, over the years as AI crept in, is it was getting harder and harder and harder to pitch that to people, because as AI came in, we were making less and less profit. It wasn't profitable for us because, then you need a copywriter, you need a graphic artist, and you need all these people on your team. And I'm thinking, this is ridiculous. Like, although I had wonderful people on my team, why am I doing this? I'm not making any profit. It's harder to pitch this. It's harder to pitch this out there when a company knows, and I'm talking about the type of businesses that I was dealing with. I'm not talking with a business that's going to pay 20,000. We're not a full service agency. I'm not going out there filming content. I'm talking with a business that's making 1 million to 5 million in revenue, right? Australian dollars, right? So I'm talking a small to medium enterprise that's not going to pay someone full time to work in a marketing department in their business, and they want. It's a very that's the niche that I'm talking with. But they're going to pay. They also don't want to pay someone overseas to do it, because that can be difficult. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong. There's anything wrong with that. But they want to keep it in Australia, but they don't want to then go pay, $70,000 a year. They want to pay me maybe $20,000 to $30,000 a year, right? But they also know that there's shortcuts with AI, because AI is creeping in. So I'm sitting there thinking, I'm starting to make less and less profit. I can't charge more. I know that I can't go out there and pitch it. So I had this big dilemma. Then I also had my accountant, and I love my accounting firm. They're amazing. I've been there within 20 years, and they're always right. They're big wealth creators as well, right? But he's saying to me, and it's only because they believed in me so much. They're like, Melissa, your problem is you're not charging enough. And I'm like, you know what? You're actually wrong on this one. It's because the landscape's changed, and I know the landscape.
Things are shifting.
It's shifting. And so what I needed to do, Jeff, is like, things were getting stressful. I'm thinking, if I don't make a shift, I'm not going to have a business in a year. So I'm not going to have a business, because it was getting harder and harder and harder to go and get new accounts. And I thought to myself, how can I create a model now that moves away for the done for you? Because I can't sell it. Someone can go out there, push a button, in 30 seconds have an image in ChatGPT, Nano Banana, a video in Syllabi. Big shout out to Austin in Syllabi. Yeah, 100%. I use Syllabi all the time, like, Higgsfield or whoever, like, why would you go, Google, VO3, like, why would you go out and create this now? So I thought to myself, I need to shift away and become, instead of just your everyday, like, what was fabulous. And hey, I'm not too shy to or proud to admit it. Melissa, yeah, you're great at organic marketing. Who cares anymore? No one cares anymore. So just like, Kodak.
Not only that, there are a lot of other people who are great at it too now, right? It's become very competitive.
Exactly right. And that's what people have to understand. Your craft, yeah, exactly right. There's a lot of other people. And like Kodak, Kodak held the space where they had film, and then digital came in. Kodak, you're not here anymore. Unfortunately, digital's here, and they didn't embrace it. Yeah. So
same with some of the Blockbuster and the the Netflix conversation.
Yeah. So it's okay, and that's the key, Jeff. It's okay to go, hey, I'm not here anymore, so become here. So then what I did was like, okay, now I've got to become the authority in that space. So I've had a pivot, and what I'm now doing is, okay, become an AI marketing agency. I'm in a transition. So what I've done with my B2B is we're transitioning, and we're now doing AI automations.
Brilliant. Look, I was talking to actually Jeff J. Hunter about a similar conversation about this with his outsourcing business, right? So he has an outsourcing business. He grew it out of the Philippines and all that sort of thing. And, when AI started coming in about 3 years ago, he had the similar dilemma. It's like, oh, hang on. Well, a lot of what our outsourcing, our Filipinos are doing, AI can do it now. So do I close down this business, or do I look at ways that I can pivot and embrace AI? And that's what he did. So he got all of his outsourcing team in the Philippines to learn to master AI so they can be, 20 times, 30 times more effective than what they originally were. And so now they're an AI first outsourcing business. And so I can see the space here that you're pivoting to, right? So you're still doing, marketing support, but it just looks different because it's now when we're competing with AI, you're embracing AI.
You're embracing it. And I had a conversation with someone yesterday. We connected probably 5 years back, and then she's been watching my journey, and her business has grown. She rang me. She's like, like, I'm ready to work with you, but like now I don't actually do that service anymore. But I said, hey, but this is how I could help you, because my B2C product, I've got a community called the Content Lab. So like I said, blah, 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 whatever. How I could help you. But what I said to her, and if this can help your audience, all you need to do, and you can do this with AI, like if you are using AI, is what I said, because like what you said with Jeff and with Jeff's agency, right, is you need to find whatever it is that you're doing with AI and find your space with it. So I said to her, so she's in the health and wellness space, find what it is in that makes you different. So I said to her, okay, Jeff's found what he's different with his AI agency. So I said, okay, I create content with AI, right? Big deal. So does everyone else. But my thing is with AI is, and I'm a keynote speaker on this, like I'm going to Malaysia in June and I'm speaking on this topic, and I spoke in Melbourne on this topic. How do I pride myself on talking about, well, let's collaborate with AI. Let's talk about, and this, how then in your brand, if you want to monetize your brand or you want to grow your brand with AI, how do you then put your brand into AI? How do you still become you with AI? And what I really believe, Jeff, it's about collaboration with AI. A lot of people don't see, they see AI as a tool. I see it as a collaborative partner.
Yes, so do I. Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from that. So it's part of our team. You've got to embrace it in that space.
Yes.
But you've also got to keep the human in the loop conversation. Like it's not a replacement. It's an extension. That's always been my methodology in that space too.
Yes,
but
I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious. How do you see AI influencing digital assets, automation, and wealth creation ecosystems in the next 3 to 5 years?
I think, and particularly because this is what I've done in my own business, but like in particular, on the bigger picture, again, just thinking about efficiency and cost. Because on a smaller scale, in my own business, when things were tight and when I needed to flip it over, hey, businesses go up and down, and I'm not too proud to say, hey, I had some really curly times, like I had to sit down, and this is where I see things, to answer your question, just basing it off my own business. When things were down, I was like, right, where can I sit there and where can I put those processes in place? Because I can't go and hire, and just what you said about Jeff's agency as well, where, I can't go and hire 10 people. So where can I get AI to be my 10 people? And if people are smart with that, so Carly, who's one of your speakers as well, are actually collaborating together as part of my AI automation. And together we have something that we say. So through her business and my business is that we don't replace humans. We put humans in your business in better places. So we're not here to go, we're not here to take away your humans. We're not here, but we're here. And this is why I think with a lot of businesses, when you implement, if a lot of businesses think about this and they're worried about job losses and that sort of thing, of course, you can cut.
Well, the reality is that's happening already, right? Where we can see, big companies, big corporate, letting people go because there are more productive and efficient way for the bottom line. And so I totally get that, but also, everybody talks about
that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like everybody talks the fear mongering, the doom and gloom side of that conversation. I actually reckon, it's the opposite. I reckon we're coming into a space where I truly believe humanity is moving into a renaissance era where creativity and openness in that space are going to be even more celebrated in that way. And AI has a big component as a part of that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and I really believe as well, right? We hear this saying is like AI is not going to replace you, but it's going to replace someone who doesn't want to embrace it or doesn't understand it.
Well, yeah, so did the tractor, and so did the horse and plow. Any technology.
Correct. Right. And it's true. It's true. If you want to upskill yourself with AI, and you will be so irreplaceable. You are actually not irreplaceable if you understand AI. Because I was talking to someone in the UK, okay? He now that I've shifted and pivoted my business and I'm talking more about AI in terms of like, and you've seen my content change. On LinkedIn, more people are reaching out to me, and it was the conversation we had before we got on camera, and we were talking about attraction marketing, right? So now that I've pivoted, I've been contacted a lot more. A huge agency from the UK. He's really lovely. He's got like a TikTok agency. He contacted me and he said, I can see what you're doing with the hyper realism. How can you integrate that into our agency here in the UK? And we had a big talk. And I said to him, he's got 60 staff and they're all based in the UK. That's a big agency, right? Yeah. They're not overseas, right? And I said to him, and he goes, I want you to help us to do what you're doing with the hyper-realism, with the influencers so we can offer this model. And I said to him, okay, so we started talking. I said, in order to do that, who have you got in your company that knows AI? And you know what he said? And this is nothing bad of him because he's built a brilliant business. He said, no one.
Oh, my God.
No one. And that's nothing. That's nothing.
I know we're in our bubble and we're in our echo chamber and we talk about it all along, but that does sort of reflect on probably 90% of the population of the world still aren't embracing AI. And this is the whole point of this summit, is because I see wealth transitioning and changing hands, right? And AI is disrupting the marketplace in a big way. Like we were just talking about an AI trading bot that I was showing you how it's now shifting things as well in the affiliate marketing space. But the reality is you and I and everybody in our circle are pioneers. We're still the early adopters. It hasn't gone completely mainstream yet.
No. And that example that I just gave you, here is a killer agency. And he wasn't saying it like anything against his staff. He goes, I've got no one. I said, okay, let's strip it back and start from the start then. Like you need processes, you need SOPs in order, because it's basically going to be a beat fight, without swearing. Like if you go and integrate this and everyone else is, you got to start getting some people in your work that understand that, because you got someone throwing out a prompt here to create this and create this, and you've got clients that want to use AI models, you know, in campaigns and want to swap out a shirt here and there, and that person doesn't understand prompting and that. You got to now, I said, you need to start integrating this into your business, because if they don't understand the processes of how to swap out this product with this product you got a like a model that, and you're now not using a real model, and they don't know how to do it, and their interpretation of AI is different to that. I said, you can make a lot of money here, because he goes, we're taking 10 days to swap out a model. He said, how quickly you can do it? And I said, I can't answer that because you don't have any staff to do it. I said, but you know what? If you've got the staff to do it, you can do it in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But I said, I'm going to set up the process for you. So to answer your question about how quick, you know, like, where do you see this happening? Yeah, like, this is the future. But like, there's, you know, people are still so far beyond. Like, I don't think they realize, like, yes, actually he realizes the capabilities, but he's like, well, like, my mind's boggling. Okay, I see what you're saying. You know,
light bulbs have just gone off for me now, and we're probably only got 5 minutes left of this conversation. But
Sure.
the light bulb has just switched off me. Is you've just given all of our listeners here a business model.
Yeah,
you know, you just dropped the gold straight away, right? There you go.
Yeah.
Now, for our audience, if you're not picking it up, here's the quick business model. Learn how to master AI, learn how to use tools like Nano Banana and all of those ones in that space. And what, you know, Melissa just said, you know, with models and, you know, like, you know, real estate, fashion, whatever industry you can think of, and then go to provide a business service there for all of these businesses that need that sort of customer facing, you know, model with swapping out the products and whatnot for their photo shoots. And I've actually seen this business model already, right? You know, with the professional photo shoot industry. You know, where we now, I know I can take my nice big smiley mug here and I can put myself into different scenes. Now AI is still not perfect. It still does change my face. It's not, you know, there are ways that you can do that, right? So let's just quickly just spend some time there, Melissa, on giving our audience some tips and tricks and some suggestions on how they can plug into that idea and get up running a bit faster.
Yeah. What you need to do, and I'm certainly no expert at this, but on what I'm learning is you need a base prompt. So if you are going to do that, basically, if you're going to do this in a nutshell, because I've only got a couple of minutes, you need a character, but you need the base prompts first. So once you've got the character, and it's not about changing them to start with, you need maybe 30 in a Google Drive or wherever you want to set them of the character. So you've got character consistency, and it's a character like this angle, this angle, this angle, blah, blah, blah. Then you've got all your base prompts, and then you start from there. So if you're doing it for a real estate agent, you create the character first. You have your baseline prompts, then you have your baseline prompts for swap outs. So you've got to get the character right. Otherwise, you're never going to get the character consistency when you start swapping them out. Yeah. So have SOPs, standard operating procedures. So have your baseline, then you go swap them out. And then you've obviously got to have then you're not going to have those face changes and those sorts of things. I would also not have something with marks and those sorts of things, so that consistency isn't, you know, like a tattoo or something, or freckles or a birthmark. Stick with something that's easy, so that if you're new to this, is not going to be transferable every single time. So yeah, it's about have your baseline first, and then
that's really great tips there.
Yeah, you've got to set that up to start with. So don't go into it going, thinking about swapping it out. Get the baseline right. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to swap it out properly.
And what's your favorite tool of choice for this whole project?
Higgsfield Soul.
Okay.
Yeah, Higgsfield Soul. It is a little bit more pricey, Higgsfield, but like Higgsfield Soul is like really good. Like, and the good thing about Higgsfield too, within Higgsfield Soul, if you get Higgsfield's got like Nano Banana, it's got ChatGPT image, it's got everything in it. It's also got like a skin enhancer, so you can actually take the image, go in. You can also do different angles. You can do different, so like it's got an upscaler, so you can also do upscaling through Gemini anyway, but like taking one image. Yeah, this is like, I don't know if you've seen all my like Sopranos in ballerina and all that I'm doing at the moment. Like, yeah, so I'm doing the image, and then like, yeah, you can go then change the skin tone. You can go do everything that in Higgsfield. Yeah, I'm really loving it.
I remember reflecting back, even though, 12, 18 months ago when this technology really started to launch out, we had, tools like Leonardo AI and all of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's come a long way since then, though. Like the technology just blows me away on how fast it's gone.
I know. And on this, just before we go, because I don't know everything and I've got so much to learn. If you don't know something, just go into ChatGPT and ask it, what do I need to know about this that's going to give me the best output, and just get it to tell you. Because sometimes I don't know, and I'm like, yeah, what tool in Higgsfield, should I be using to get this response? Go and find the best creator and then tell me, what they would do. And just a secret, when I have got a really bad hook, I go, what would Austin Armstrong say for this hook?
Well, you can swap out and you can say, what would Jonathan Mars say, or something like that.
Yeah, I do. Or Russell Branson or someone. I do.
That's actually a really good tip. And one of the things I like to do is I write my copy for my post and that sort of thing. And then I say, I want you to act like, Dean Garozzi. I want you to act like, Zig Ziglar. I want you to act like some of the greats. Give me constructive feedback, not biased feedback. I don't need you to fluff my boat. Give me feedback.
Yeah.
And then rewrite it in my tone and expression and all that. And that's where I get a lot of my really good content that really grabs people's attention. They go, Jeff, geez, you're a great writer.
I literally tell it to act like
I'm a great writer all the time, right? I'm sure you get it too.
I do. I literally ask ChatGPT act like Austin Armstrong, and ChatGPT knows who he is.
I love it. There you go, Austin. Even ChatGPT knows who you are.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa. It's always a ball of energy having a conversation with you, and it's been a brilliant. For our audience, if they wanted to reach out to you and connect with you, where could they find you?
Yeah, and I would love them to. I love connecting with people. As you can tell, I love talking. So, Facebook, Melissa Mitchell, just on Facebook. LinkedIn, of course, Melissa Mitchell, and then on Instagram is Melissa Mitchell Social Co. And then my agency is Lolly Said Yes, and which is the social media is that same tag as well as Lolly Said Yes. So I would love to, connect, follow, say hello, and follow some of my crazy content.
Crazy Justin Bieber adventures.
Yes, I'm a big Justin Bieber all the way.
There you go. Well, Melissa, thank you very much. And for our audience, we'll be back straight after this next commercial.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, if you haven't registered already, make sure you jump on, and when the next commercial comes up, scan that code and get registered, because that'll give you access to the replay and all of our other future events that we host in this Hero Makers community. All right, we're going to switch gears. We've just had two amazing interviews there with Austin Armstrong and Melissa Mitchell. I'm going to bring up my friend Jenny Lopez to the stage. And
oh, Jeff.
That exchange.
Let's go. It's so funny. Like now the the tables have turned, right? Because you interviewed me in the last summit, I'll get to interview you.
Right. Well, I'm also going to bring up, this is going to be a bit of a panel. So this is an Aussie blokes panel, if you will.
Yes.
I've got my friend Craig here. I've got my business partner, Dave. Jenny, I'm going to actually switch gears and give the show over to you.
I know. I'm grabbing the baton right now. And guys, everybody here, you are here for a treat. We're going to talk about AI from a leadership perspective. I think, Craig, there's a little bit of background noise.
Yeah, if you guys can
Maybe
just
you can
mute yourself in the background noise.
Perfect. Yeah. So we're going to talk about from strategy to leadership to execution. which is really exciting. Okay, so I know Jeff. Obviously, a lot of people know Jeff, but this is reaching out globally to people that may have not you. I'm going to ask the same question to everybody. If you can just quickly give us a little bit of a description of who you are and a little bit of your journey.
Well, who am I? So I wear a lot of hats. The hat that I'm most proud of, though, is I'm a father of 3 amazing boys here. We live in Tasmania, and married to my beautiful wife, Sarah. And so I'm an attraction marketing coach. I'm known as the laptop lifestyle dad, and I just love to create heroes, hero makers, actually.
That's
And
cool.
so hence the name of the community that we're built here. And so, like, it sounds a bit morbid, but if I had to, have one word on my gravestone when I'm no longer here and people remember me, I want to be known as the hero maker who helped create other hero makers. And I just love using all things AI, marketing, branding, technology, and all that space to be able to help facilitate that conversation.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Jeff. What about you, Dave?
Nice to meet you and nice to be here. But for me, again, a family man, a proud father of 3. I'm really into, I guess, AI automations and I guess systems and processes. And I am the person that does a lot of stuff in the background, I guess, to keep the superstars moving forward. I guess that's probably the best way to describe me at the moment and where I'm at.
Yes, that's your superpower, the execution piece. And I'm looking forward to get to know a little bit of how do you do that. And Craig, for those of you who don't know you, can you please share a little bit about you?
G'day, Jenny. Yeah, I'm the founder of Next Level Coaching and also a Gyms Group franchisee. So I'm in the coaching division there. So I lead franchisees through overwhelm and burnout to wherever they want to be, and ultimately the bottom line is making more money and becoming the best franchisee they can possibly be. So I'm wearing a couple of hats at the moment. I'm very interested in this AI space, more so from an expert space rather than a generalist. And I will probably share some more tips along the journey here. So that's me.
Amazing.
If I'm known for one thing, is I'm the gyms guy who wears the gyms group hat, helping all the gyms mowing guys. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to get to know you even more through this panel. I'm going to start with a very individual question for each of you. And Jeff, you're a person also, in addition of all the hats that you wear, that you help people establish authority brands. So in this space where AI is like now getting used more and more and more, sometimes you see that we're diluting messages. So when you are working with somebody and establishing an authority brand, like what is the key ingredient that separates a brand that people are like, oh yeah, I heard about that, but I don't know who said it, right? Like who it came from. What really, how can you use AI in your favor to establish your brand to be an authority brand?
Absolute brilliant question, and you know how to stroke my ego a little bit and ask the right questions to get me talking, right? So I love it. I've actually just wrote a book. It's not launched yet. I'm in the processes of it's in pre-launch, and the title of the book is "You Don't Need to Shout," and it's basically a summary of this whole conversation and unpacks it in a much deeper way. I feel like first off, we need to understand what our voice is. And voice is an acronym that I've created here, right? So we need to understand our true core values. They're the root of, our inner being, our inner heart and all of that sort of thing, and keep us in alignment in that space, right? So V for values. And then we need to understand how our origin story connects to our audience. So O for origin story. And then we also need to be intimate with our audience, right? We need to understand the psychographics, the neuropsychology of it all, the emotional triggers of it all, where they're at, what's their sucksville, where we take them to their awesome town. And so that's that I for influence piece, right? Because we can't influence people if we're not intimate with our audience. And then so VOI, so C is for clarity of message. So by understanding your values, by understanding your origin story, by understanding how you can influence people and win friends, that helps us to get a lot clearer on our message. And E is the really important part here, which will help answer your question. E is for expression, and expressing ourselves authentically in that space. So you know, you may have seen at the beginning of this summit, right? It was the caffeinated kangaroo and the platypus in a pool party, you know, in that space. So, you know, Dave is the you know, that's his mascot. The caffeinated kangaroo is mine. And these are ways that we express our values and our origin story and you know, you know, that clarity of message in that space as well. So it's about leveraging AI to support that whole conversation.
Right.
And when you get this right, you don't need to shout. You can rise above the noise and speak directly to your audience's heart.
I love it. I love that intimacy part and the expression, right? Because that comes down to that authenticity. So voice, and make sure that, yeah, what's the title of your book that is coming up soon, Jeff?
The title of the book is You Don't Need to Shout.
All right, awesome. So make sure you
that's
write
very
it down.
appropriate, right? Because I'm a very loud person and I can shout, but you don't need to.
Incredible, incredible. All right, Craig, I'm going to switch a little bit here, the order. I know that you help people going from survival into taking intentional action. Absolutely love that. And I know with this whole thing about AI and how rapid the change is, people get really, really anxious because by the time somebody learns something, it's already obsoleted, right? There's something new. So what is that inner leadership skill that is a non-negotiable in this space of change with AI?
Become an expert in your niche. Something I'm teaching a lot of the home services guys now. Become an expert. Your customers, no matter how the landscape changes in tech, become your own expert. Right? I've been out the last few days spending time with some dog wash and some dog grooming franchisees. And one thing I've noticed is they're an expert in their field. They would never be replaced by AI because they are the expert in their field. Their customers are looking at them as an expert. And to top it all off, they use an expert AI, not a generalist AI that taps into 2,000 or more of the top show dog groomers, experts, leaders, brains, not Google or YouTube, but brains that teaches them to enhance their skills, their brands, and overall their business so they can give that wow, as Joseph McAfee, the founder of the Wow Factor, teaches in his stuff, that wow factor to their customers. It's like, wow, this groomer knows what they're on about. They're an expert. Pay more money, right? Mm-hmm. Same as the mowing guys, right? So I'm starting to work with the mowing side as well. Look at ways for the wow factor that your customers are looking at the mowing franchisees as their friendly experts for landscaping and mowing. Look at ways in the leadership space to become niched as an expert. And I'm at the moment experimenting, future pacing with, say, robotics, you know, bringing robotic mowers in to do small jobs remotely.
Yeah.
Right, to become that expertise, although without replacing the human element so that these guys can focus on that human element, sales and marketing and connection with the human experience. So for leadership, if we're going to match leadership and AI together, it's zone in, zero in, ignore the generalist, the free and cheap AIs out there, and focus on becoming the expert.
All right. Yeah. I like that. That's a non-negotiable because we can get so distracted, correct? Get expert in your niche, get obsessed with the people you want to help, and that's it. Thank you, Craig. Dave, question for you. I know you're a master on the execution piece, on the processes, on the things that are behind the scenes. Tell me what separates the AI that is actually creating results and like saving time, being a true leverage versus the AI that is just creating a ton of noise.
Great question. And as you know, well, I work very closely with Jeff. So, basically, he looks after, a lot of most marketers looking after horizontal, and Jeff actually, he takes the vertical with his little voice framework there. And I guess an extension of that for me is pretty much setting up systems and processes. And I really think that you need to teach the AI, well, I think, as Craig said, as much as possible about you, but you really need to teach it frameworks. Because if you haven't got those frameworks in place, then it just goes off in its own little tangent and can do what it wants and, loves to fluff your ego. But I think by having those frameworks, you really need to spend a lot of time in, I guess, giving it the knowledge bases that it requires to be able to give you the outcome that you want. And I think really that's probably one of the most important things. And the other most important thing to keep it, I guess, authentic is basically keeping the human in the loop. There's so many people that are going on about automations and stuff like that at the moment, and automations are great and they help speed up the process. But at the moment, I don't think we're quite at the point where we can just let, Clawbot and these other things go rogue, which they seem to be wanting to do. We need to keep those humans in the loop to be able to keep that authenticity there. So, yeah, in a nutshell, that's pretty much what I think.
Love it. You heard it from Dave. Awesome. So in this question, I have the same question for all of you, because sometimes I see people who are like busy, but they're staying in the same place. They get stuck, right? And they confuse the movement or the action with progress, and they're two different things. So Jeff, in your opinion, how can you best advise person between the busyness versus the intentional action that is actually helping them move forward?
We were just on a business meeting the other day with Aaron Young, having a conversation around this exact same topic. And I think it really comes down to is you need to know what the end goal is that you're working towards, right? I think people fluff around, or they sit there and spin their wheels and they never get any traction because they don't have the clarity of the intentionality and the laser focused end goal. And I think once you get that in place and the milestones, you start to predict the journey of what it looks like to get there. And it doesn't matter. You might take 1,000 different directions to get to that end goal, but it helps you to laser in and narrow in and give you that focus point. Without it, we're just flapping in the wind. And I believe that's what's happening with a lot of people, especially in this AI world, and it's very noisy at the moment, is because they're just creating content for the sake of creating content, and it has no clear, defined end goal at the end of the process. And so I understand the customer value journey very intimately. That's basically what I've been a student of, obsessing over for the last 10 years. And even this whole summit that we've put together, right, there's intentionality, there's clear goals at the process here to essentially, to be very transparently, to get people into a funnel where we can nurture them and lead them forward, to be of service, of course, always. But it's all about that leadership conversation, to always continue to lead people and move them forward and forward and forward. And so each piece of content, each funnel, each email, each contact has a clear defined goal. And so when you've got that goal and you know where you got the metrics you can measure, that helps you to be able to get that traction and continue to move forward in the right direction.
Excellent. That's one inside nugget that everybody needs to write down. Everything needs to have a purpose. Start with that in mind. And Craig, talking about intentional action, what are your thoughts on that?
Intentional action. Well, first up, who's your coach? Do you have a coach? Pretty basic answer to that, because your coach will be able to see your blind spots of where you're spinning the wheels.
Yes.
And then help you focus on what you're good at, your expertise, your zone of genius, and outsource what you're not good at. Like for me, I'm extremely right brain. So getting me in front of a computer and trying to teach me code and tech and systems and procedure, I'll go crazy. So that someone else can deal with that, right? I just want to have fun and do what I want to do and focus in my zone of genius and coach, transform, help people transform their lives. The tech and the boring stuff, while I'll come from a top level overview, that's not for me. So yeah, who's your coach? Where are they? What's your blind spots? Intentionality versus busyness.
I like that. Don't do it alone. Yeah. And stay on your zone of genius. I'm writing it down here for sure. Dave, what about you?
Yes. Well, I guess as a continuation of both of them, I get both sides of the coin for this one. I'm probably Craig's best friend because I love the tech stuff. And as Jeff said, you really need to have that end point that end goal to start with, because then you can break everything back down to where you actually want to start from. And I mean, it's the same with the automations and the AI side of things as well. Unless you've got that end goal in mind, you don't know really where to start. And that's why I feel that a lot of people sort of see a shiny object with the AI world and they just grab it because they think that, oh, this is what's going to solve my problem.
Hmm.
But realistically, it still takes a lot of strategy and a lot of planning to be able to put those systems and processes into place to get you to that end goal. And without them, you're just all over the place. Like Craig said,
Yeah.
if you're not familiar with it and you don't set those goals and you have that strategy behind it, then you're here and there and you're all over the place. So yeah, that's it from me. It's just end goal, starting point, fill in the gaps in between.
You got the whole formula here between Jeff, Craig, and Dave. And talking about strategy, I'm very curious about this answer from each of you, because sometimes I think we're overusing AI and over trusting AI. I remember when ChatGPT first started, I said, hey, give me content from my top quotes from my book, right? Intentional Unicorn. And they're like, of course, Jenny, here they are. And gave me beautiful quotes. I'm like, I did not write that down. And he's like, oh, you are so right. I am not very familiar with your book. Can you please load it? But it's very confident. ChatGPT can be very confident and people are over trusting. So Jeff, I'm going to start with you. Do you have any kind of like framework or question that you really use to help you still stay in check? Like, thank you for the information, but I'm still going to go with my gut. Or what is your framework when it comes to that?
To help sort of bring a through line to this whole conversation, and what my whole book about is identity formation, and you'll hear me use the word intimacy a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we need to be intimate with ourselves, we need to be intimate with our audience, and we need to be intimate with our mission, something that's bigger than us in that space.
Mm-hmm.
And we also need to be intimate with the way that the tools work, in that space. So we need to understand, the core DNA, if you will, of, ChatGPT, and understand that it is innately biased. It is there to fluff your ego and say,
Right.
keep you happy in that space. So when you understand how the tool works and you've got that awareness around it, you've got that intimacy around it, Dave and I joke about this all the time. It says, we've got to give, Chatty a bit of a slap. It's like, correct.
Oh, sometimes I hear my husband having arguments with ChatGPT. It's so amusing.
Right. So, we've got to correct it. And, so once again, it's about, look, any of these tools in this AI space is garbage in, garbage out, great stuff in, you get great stuff out. So that's that reason for that level of intimacy with it all. But you got to be intimate with yourself to know that, and have a discernment, if you will, to know when ChatGPT is fluffing your ego, and to know when it's wrong, because it will be wrong. You got to fact check and all of that space. It's not 100% accurate all the time, and you got to understand it is designed to agree with you all the time. So when you understand that, we can put these frameworks and these prompts in place. And I love to ask, basically our board of directors, if you will, for feedback. And so, like, I go to, like, when I was writing my book, and I come up with any content really, but I come up with the book, and I said, right, I want you to act like a Barnes and Noble, book publisher and editor. I want you to act like some of the leaders that I aspire to be, like, Brian Tracy, Zig Ziglar, all of these amazing leaders. And I want you to give me really candid, kick-ass feedback and essentially roast me, don't hold back. And so you got to remember, right, ChatGPT is designed to give you what you ask for. So when you can ask for really candid, structured feedback,
yes,
and then it'll give you what you asked for. And then what I did with that as well is I didn't just rely on AI. I went to, people like peers like Craig and other people who who the book was written for.
Yes.
And I got them to give me some candid feedback as well. And then what I did was I took that feedback and I put it into the new, rewrite version, if you will, to come through with it and something like that. So I think the book's on, it's like it's a fourth rewrite, in that space. It's understanding, once again, it's that word intimacy and understanding, your key strengths and weaknesses, but also the tool's key strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. Craig, what about you? Do you have a framework, a question, a process?
So there's a couple of points that I use AI. So the first point is I command my AI. I don't prompt. I command my AI like I'd be commanding a franchisee, like I'd be commanding an employee of an organization, right? Think Jack Welch leadership principles, right? Command the respect of the organization, yeah? The second point is that our AI is our employees. They're not agents. Agent sounds like we're in some sort of James Bond movie. It sounds spooky, right? So there are employees, they work for us, yeah? So command your respect, treat them like as if we treat their own staff member within our organisation. Please, and thank you, gratitude, etc. And I guess my framework is I keep it simple. I've learnt with the expert AI, the simpler the question, the better the answer. And particularly when you're using augmented AI, which I'm just about to launch my own, which taps into the brains of leaders and not just trolls off Google.
Yeah.
Simpler questions, and you'll get the more expertise answers. And
Excellent.
to back on what Jeff says, ChatGPT is very biased. It's there to agree with you. So it's important to have a brain there where you can go click, okay, brutal, honest brain, which is automatically programmed to be like some of the more, I'd say, harsher business coaches out there on the market, such as JT Fox, such as Dan Pena, who will give you that direct feedback. Sometimes it's like, whoa. Other times, yeah, I really see through this, instead of blowing up your ego and making you feel good. Because out in the big business world, it's a different reality to in ChatGPT AI land, yeah? Who agrees to that? Yeah, not every CEO or boss is going to be such bias in your agreements in favour, yeah? So AI out there from the framework that I've put together is to give you a reality shot of what business is like out there in the real
Exactly.
life, not just on
Very
the screen.
good.
Yeah?
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Craig. What about you, Dave?
The fun begins. I'll keep it simple because, not everybody wants to listen to me for 12 hours ramble on
Oh,
about
come
technical
on. We
stuff,
love to
but
listen to you, Dave.
not about the technical side of things. You'll all be sleeping by the next 30 minutes. But I guess in a nutshell, I agree with both of what Craig and Jeff said. But for me, I don't tend to use ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or anything else on its own. I actually prefer to use either with Claude custom projects, with ChatGPT. I love to use custom GPTs, Gemini. I forget what they're called now, but they've got one as well. And basically, why is because you really need to give context, because context and knowledge, knowledge is king, really. And that's one of the things that I've learned. And if you give it the right context and things like that, then you're obviously going to get better results. And I also feel that you really need to have some sort of an understanding of prompting as well, because if it's got the context and you don't give it the right prompt, it's still not going to give you the right answer no matter. And, I think it was funny because, yes, I do have lots of conversations with Jeff where I tell it I have to slap my Claude or slap my ChatGPT because sometimes it's on its own little world and it's, trying to fluff me up and whatever else. But I think, I guess, in simple terms for people, what they can do if they're just using ChatGPT as well is when you get the output is if you don't like it, you take it, you change it, and you give it back to it and say, this is how I would have done it, because then it gets understanding and what the expectation is. So for me, I guess, content is king. Being able to prompt is another, an important part of it. And making sure it understands what you want by, giving it that context as well. So
I love it. Yeah, Dave, and like you mentioned, system prompting is so important, but you can leverage AI to teach you system prompting, right? Like you can go rounds and rounds and finally get the result you want. And I say, hey, if I wanted that result in the first try, what should have been the best prompt from that? And that's how you learn, right? And it's a great feedback loop. Okay, I have a quick this or that question. Jeff, what comes first, authority or automation?
Authority.
And why?
There we go. And why? I believe you need authority because that is the human piece to it, the credibility piece to it. Without that track record, without that authority, automation is just noise.
Beautiful. Craig, in this world that we're changing and sometimes even changing hats as well as we continue to evolve, what comes first? What comes first? Clarity before you scale, or you scale to find the clarity?
Clarity to become the expert within who you are and what you stand for, then scale.
Amazing. Amazing. And Dave, do you leverage AI to save time or save money?
Both.
No, you can
Quick
answer
answer to that.
both. Which one you
Do it
prioritize?
to your game, mate.
Oh, you want me to prioritize? Well, I guess it'd have to be to save time.
Which
Because
one?
that time gives you. I'd say if I've got to prioritize, it'd have to be to save time because that time gives me money anyway.
Ah, that is so clever. Awesome. Okay, Jeff, what are your top 2 AI tools that you're using right now? For why do you use them for, and why they're your favorite?
You know what? I can't go past ChatGPT. I think it's just because it's my favorite, because it's the one that I cut my teeth on. I learned it. I'm familiar with it, and I don't really need to go outside of that. And then I'd have to say, secondary tool would be VO3. Playing around with videos, like creating that music video. That was
awesome.
a stack. That was a stack, right? That was VO3. That was Suno. That was ChatGPT. It was Final Cut Pro for the editing side of it all. And I know you asked me too, but now I've got ticking along and said probably the other one that I reckon everybody needs to have in their toolkit is Riverside.
Oh, yeah, of course. Amazing.
Right? For podcasting for sure.
Love it, especially for podcasts. Yes. Craig, what are your top 2 AI? For what do you use them for, and what are your favorite?
So my favorite, which I'm launching in the coming weeks, is Level 9 AI. So it's its own brain. It's a combination of 2,000 of the biggest business leaders' brains out there in any subject, in any topic. Although I have cut my teeth on ChatGPT, I've since moved to a more expert-style brain, which is giving me more direct knowledge and feedback to where I'm heading. And my other favorite tool that I've been playing around with is Higgsfield. I think there was a speaker earlier who mentioned Higgsfield. And the reason being is Higgsfield Green. So it's a video platform for content. And I think we're in this age now of amalgamating subscriptions. So have one subscription, have 4 or 5 uses, which cuts out 5 subscriptions there. So in the end run is you get a much smarter brain and saving 5 subscriptions in your back pocket. Can't go wrong there, can you?
Nice. What about you, Dave?
Well, I'd have to say my 2 favorites are ChatGPT and Claude. And basically, I don't mean ChatGPT as in, version 5.2 that everybody uses. It's all the custom GPTs. I think I've got over 100 of them at the moment that I've created with ChatGPT. And, they are just so helpful. They just make life so much easier. And Claude, anything to do with copywriting, I've trained some amazing copywriters in Claude, and that is just Claude just leaves ChatGPT for dead when it comes to copywriting. And so ChatGPT, but I'm a Claude fanboy.
I like it. Well, and you can compare and contrast, I'm sure, with both as well. So that's very, very useful as well. Okay, so I have a question, especially for the people who are watching, that perhaps, this AI thing, maybe perhaps they were saying, I'm going to wait to see if this sticks. Yeah, it's here to stay, and it continues to grow faster. And then maybe they're a little bit too intimidated to get started, or they're waiting for the perfect solution, right? I remember I was one of the early adopters of AI probably a couple of years ago, and I helped my 10-year-old publish his first book, and it was a cartoon one. And I used Midjourney back in the day when there was no such thing as character continuation. So the main character was a frog, and one foot was facing this way, the other one was facing that way, right? And one arm, like, it didn't match the other one. But we didn't wait for perfection. We did it the way it was. He took care of the story, and it was published. So that's my thing. I don't wait for perfection. I use what is available and learn it and continue to evolve. So, Jeff, for the people who are intimidated, waiting for the perfect tool to come out, or they're too intimidated, how can you coach somebody maybe in the next 90 days, right? What can they do?
Yeah, great question. I'm just reflecting back to when I first, got introduced to ChatGPT right back in, 2023, and when it sort of first launched. I wasn't one of the very first to jump on it, but I wasn't far behind it. Mm-hmm. And I've actually got a YouTube video out there, and I've kept it up there for prosperity's sake. But it actually says, the very first message I talk about AI and ChatGPT is stay away from ChatGPT. You're going to lose your soul. It's stay away from it. But now, that was
Now you're hosting an AI summit.
right? That was the ignorance of it all. That was the naivety of it all. That was my ego of it all, right? So get that aside. I started to see people like Austin Armstrong, Jeff J. Hunter, Jonathan Mast, some of the people that I'm one of their peers now and working with them. And I saw them, leveraging AI in a way that others weren't. And way back then, the reason I said stay away from it because you'll lose your soul is because I was only using it at its probably 1/10, if not even that, 1% of its capability. I didn't understand the tool and its power that it had. So I dropped in, a very one-sentence prompt, and I said, write me a blog article on blah, blah, blah. And it was very generic. It had no flavor. It had no tone. It was definitely not me. And that was the reason why I jumped on the bandwagon. I said, stay away from it. You're going to lose your soul. But then I understood. Then I saw people, starting to use AI and embrace it in a way that was not replacing them, but supporting them, amplifying them, being an extension. I love what Dave does here in this space, and he creates all these, SOPs and all of this sort of stuff. He doesn't use it as a way to cheat the code. He uses it as a way to go faster and save some time and create some efficiencies in the place. Awesome. So I would say if anybody's just getting new to this space, first off, let's get out of our own way. And that was my arrogance. I had to get out of my own way. I had to swallow some pride, and I had to learn how to be intimate once again, that's a key word, intimacy, right? Learn the ins and outs of it all and understand the mechanics of it all and understand the actual real purpose of it all to be able to be familiar with the tool. And so once I became hungry to learn, and that's the big thing, right? Became open-minded and I became hungry to learn. Then I embraced it. And now, look, 3 years on today, well, probably even 4 years going now, one of the world's experts in AI space here in branding and affiliate marketing and, talk all over the world on this topic.
Yeah. And writing a book soon about it too. So incredible. What about you, Craig?
What about me? Now, having ADHD, undiagnosed, AI has been my best friend. ChatGPT to start with. I suppose, particularly in some of the blokes that I work with, tradies, your real gritty, blokes, they're terrified of it. They're absolutely terrified of it. I had a handyman over the other day that was doing some work on my property, and I asked him, I said, do you use AI to measure and quote your jobs? He's like, no, I'm absolutely terrified of it. I'm still using a pencil and tape measure. I'm like, how's that working for you? He's like, that's put me so behind. I'm like, okay. So I said, all right. So I just pulled out ChatGPT. I took a photo of a job that needed doing in my house. I said, all right, now let's put some measurements in. Let's put the job description in. Let's put a paint color in. And then let's work out measurements per unit, per cost on the ratio and how much it's going to give and give an estimated quote. And up it comes with a quote. And it was, near as about 80% close to what he'd give of basically an eagle eye and a pencil and a tape measure. I was like, well, how's that fair to you? And this was just a simple ChatGPT. I was like, wow. I was like, I could really do this by myself. And I'm like, yeah, you sure can. And it's a bit of a green light opening for me. It's like, wow, I could really teach these franchisees in the gyms group. And I know the marketing manager within the gyms group is pushing ChatGPT heavily hard. And the franchisees, I could come in and teach them with my brain to get more a specific expert level on the quotes.
Yes.
That way the quotes and the actual invoices come to a 90% match rather than a guesstimate than a final match. So yes, for those who are terrified of using it, embrace it. It's the future. And there's nothing to be scared of. The only ones that are going to be replaced are those who don't embrace it either way. Yeah. And I'm very passionate. As someone who's highly right-brain and not so tech-savvy myself, or who thought he was tech-savy, but not. I just like to have fun and deal with people.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's the future. It's the future. And the more I dive deeper down.
Learn and surround yourself with people that know that they can teach you so you're not alone. Incredible. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah.
We have about 1 minute. Close this panel. What about you?
Well, I'll just keep it simple. Open up ChatGPT, start typing or start talking and knock yourself out. Simple as that. The only way you're going to learn it is to use it. Simple.
Just
There's
use it.
simpler way to do that. But if you want a little bit more technical side or a little bit more help, our next guests that we've got coming up are two fantastic people. I won't drop any names until they come, but there's two fantastic people coming up next on this summit, and they are really, really awesome at being able to teach newbies and people to remove that fear and learn how to use those tools. So looking forward to that. I'm pretty excited for this next segment.
Well, you heard it, everything from strategy, how to use it, how not to use it, and just embrace it is here to stay. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Stay there. And we're going to a quick commercial and resume the summit.
Wow, Jenny, this is an amazing summit. Yeah, what's been the highlight for you so far?
Just learning. Everybody's journey has been similar from the perspective of I'm hesitant. I'm like, wait a second, I'm gonna jump in and learn it. I don't know what I don't know, but this is gonna be a game. It's gonna be fun, and it's gonna help me at the end of the day reach to more people, right? And make my life easier. But the other thing is I don't trust too much. We are co-creating.
Yeah, co-creating. I love that. So what are some of the ways that you're currently using AI now? Like if you got the opportunity to go back to, you know, your very self at 2023 and when you're probably just starting to use it all in that space, what would be some of the lessons that you would like to drop to your younger version of yourself?
I will say I got too excited about AI and I started buying this platform and this platform and this because back when it started, every platform solved one solution, right? They were not very integrated one with each other. So then I got to the point that I'm like, okay, there's too many, and I was too unfocused, let's say. And like Jeff, to your point about what's the outcome, where do you want to go? I would have probably started, if I needed to go back to my younger self and say, start with the outcome. What is your goal? And with that, then build the strategy. So I was one of those really too excited AI adopters and had to scale back down. But honestly, I use it right now, co-creating. When it comes to how to better understand my client, how to better empower, how to, I'm a motivational speaker, speak around the world. How do I make it that it's engaging? So it's not just me talking and rah, people forget, but I create an experience. And I love all that. Sometimes he says things that I'm like, yeah, heck no, we're not doing that. Like, that's so silly. Come on, you know better, right? So then I get into, come on, ChatGPT, you sure know better. But he's getting like
there's that cheeky little, nudge.
Yeah, but he's getting funny, Jeff. Like yesterday, I was like, give me an idea for like this reel in terms of like just to orchestrate 90 seconds, but I say 90 minutes. And then he was like, taka, 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 taka. Like once ChatGPT keeps going, it's so hard to like, stop. So finally stop. And I say, I meant 90 seconds. And then he's like, LOL. I was going to say, what are we doing? A Netflix documentary now? Oh, so he's a jokester now. I'm like, okay.
Yes. All right, it starts to try to mimic human emotion and human behavior there, right? And I think that's a really important topic there around that whole, mimicry behavior of it all. And we've got to realize that, AI is being built off of, the human knowledge base and everything that was ever printed on the internet. And not everything's right. And so we're going to learn to fact check it in that space and whatnot. Well, we've had an amazing summit so far. We've still got a few more guests here to come up with this in that space. I'm going to see you back here later on, and we're going to keep moving on to the next episode.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to bring up my co-host for this interview here, Mr. Dave Miller. Mate, it's good to actually, start to bring you in closer to the fire, start to bring you out more of the public-facing side of things. And, because you have been the man behind the scenes now, probably going on for the last 2.5, 3 years with me. And mate, I just wanted to just use this opportunity here just to give you a message of appreciation, and really, really, really grateful for you. Like, you know, when we rewind back to the beginning of our journey, it was very much when I was starting to run my very first, you know, laptop lifestyle dads, AI boot camps. I suppose, can you just give us a quick summary of, you know, that journey and help people to understand, you know, what it's like to embrace AI in a way that is being supportive for you, not replacing you?
Well, thank you for the kind words. And, you know, obviously we've, you know, grown very close together over the last few years. And it was actually funny that you brought the YouTube video up, because I remember that was one of the first things that you mentioned to me when I sort of became into your circle. And I guess I really probably need to thank you for, I guess, giving me the path forward with AI, because, you know, like so many people on this journey, I was just basically, you know, a deer in headlights. I was, you know, putting garbage in, getting garbage out. It's pretty much like you said. And then I come along and I met up with you, and we did a 3-day boot camp, I think it was back then. And even just from those subtle changes, you know, in what I've learned in that and the output that I was actually getting, that's what sort of, I don't know, the trigger went off, the light bulb went off, and I've just gone, oh, this actually can be a very powerful tool, you know. And then obviously some of the people that, you know, were in your circle that I was able to associate with, like, you know, Jeff J. Hunter and, you know, Jonathan Mast and Austin Armstrong, and these sort of people that I, you know, became, you know, a follower of and you know, actually had interactions with. I guess just learning from those people and sitting back and I guess getting an understanding of how much fear was, you know, becoming in the world at the time, that, you know, and all the fear mongering of people's just saying that, you know, AI is going to replace our jobs, Skynet's coming, they're going to take over the world, all this sort of stuff. But what I found was, if you actually sort of step back from all that and blocked out that noise, and, you know, you trained, the important thing for me is the training of the AI, and, you know, giving that context and all those sort of things. And the other really important thing for me is keeping that human in the loop. You know, there's things that can be automated. That's, you know, that's great. And it saves us time, but you really still need to have that human input and that control over what's coming out. You know, I guess the human needs to be the strategist, and the AI just needs to amplify the
supportive amplification of it all. And so we're going to bring up our next couple here to the stage in just a second.
I'm excited about this.
Yeah, me too. And, you know, there's this whole summit, right? It's called the AI Wealth Summit. And we're talking about different ways on how the wealth's transitioning. And, you know, you and I as business partners, we've been serving this beautiful couple here as clients of ours to be able to help them to amplify their message. So let's welcome Bruno and Stacey to the stage here. Bruno and Stacey, all the way from USA, a couple of Aussie blokes here tuning in. Actually, this quadruple here, you know, you're going to start to see this circle of influence probably play out a little bit more in our space now. But I love what these summits have done. I love what AI has done to help us to, you know, find like-minded people and to be able to not be competitive, but be collaborative and to work to our strengths as a team here. And so we've been helping Bruno and Stacey, you know, with their AI Unlocked, you know, building their funnels and supporting them on their journey to be able to help them to expand their business message, because they've got, you know, lightning in a bottle, if you will. So before I go into too much, though, Bruno and Stacey, I'd love just to give you guys the microphone here just to share a little bit about your story and help our audience get to know you better personally. And so, like, in 5 minutes or less, just, yeah, I'd love for you to share your story and how you got here today. And we're muted, so you need to unmute yourself. Need to hit that unmute button, guys.
Sorry about that. Thanks, guys, so much for having us. And we couldn't be happier to have you on our side with helping us grow this, and all the amazing people that we've been watching tonight and through all the other summits that you've had. So thanks for that. You know, our journey twisted and turned all throughout our lives, but the most prevalent right now was in real estate. And when real estate, I've been in business for 10 years, my husband's 6. it was a little bit slower last year, and we were getting a lot of feedback from colleagues of ours about what we were doing differently on our digital platform to help grow and grow our business and get passive income in that direction. So we formed the AI Unlocked portion of that, and then we started. We wrote an ebook, sold over 600 copies, and then we started with our AI interactive workshops, which has been huge for beginners, and it's been really, really great.
And what we want to talk about tonight with the Wealth Summit is, Stacy had mentioned we were slower in real estate last year, and anybody that knows and just about any industry, especially if you're in sales, there's peaks and valleys. And our word for 2026, and I think Dave had mentioned it earlier, is pivot.
Pivot.
And it's creating businesses inside of businesses, and it doesn't matter if it's real estate or if it's, medical billing or, whatever it is, we're just trying to show folks that, instead of doing something totally outside your scope, you can now get sharper inside your scope using these tools, so that's where we're really excited. And where we like to stay, and you guys know, and I think this is why you guys really came to us, and as we partnered up together with everything, is we stay in that beginner space. Right now, I am excellent with automation. We reached out to Dave for automation. Why? Because we're doing really well in the beginner space, and we implore folks, you don't have to do all of it. I'm going to keep saying Bruce Lee would rather do 10,000 kicks. One kick 10,000 times instead of 10,000 kicks one time. You can use 1, 2, 3 tools and absolutely change everything that you're doing. Instead of me learning ClickFunnels, and I know that I could, and instead of me learning all these things, Dave's already an expert. So that's where I think people can find wonderful collaborations. Inside of technology, there's a million different jobs. It doesn't just have to be the cool video or the cool automation or the cool, Jeff, you're in branding, in marketing and branding.
There's so many shiny objects that I think that it's starting to really confuse people, and it's making people more fearful than it needs to be. So we like to simplify that, to take that fear out, introduce ChatGPT and Gemini and some of those large language models like CapCut. And just with those 3 tools alone that are so easy to use, you can amplify your business 100%.
Just an example, babe. Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you. But just an example, we had one of our participants went to another workshop last night, called all, nervous. Oh my God, someone taught us Opus Clip. You showed us CapCut. What are we going to do? That's $40. It's just, and I said, are you enjoying CapCut? I am. Okay. Well, then let's stay with CapCut for right now. Opus Clip is for long-term video, cutting it into short clips, and it's just being able to talk to folks and just calm them down when all these new, Claude's out with 4.6, and most of us have run to it to try it, but that's not for everybody to try. Let us do it, let us problem solve it, and then we're going to bring it to the public. And like Austin Armstrong said, we're going to bring most of it to the public for free.
That's incredible, actually, guys. So I guess from the perspective of, obviously, you guys are heavily involved in the real estate side of things. So I guess what would be one of the biggest impacts that you guys think that you have had by introducing your, I guess, as you guys like to say, your beginner workshops to the real estate industry?
I think the most important part was doing them in person. All the virtual things is a little harder to understand, especially when people don't even know what to download and how to download it. Even though we put all the QR codes ahead of time, most of the people don't even have them coming through the front door. So it was really helpful that we walk around to everybody's space and we make sure that everybody has all of them
There's
downloaded.
Dominic. Hey,
right?
Dominic.
And Dominic is now one of our adventure guides.
Yeah.
And so that really helped people, and you could see the ease just come right out of them. And it was, we do some icebreakers with learning an avatar and doing a little rap battle and turning those things into like those icebreaker moments, and then diving in and learning how to do the prompting and things like that.
Guys, imagine, I had the blessing to have an ownership in a Boost Mobile cell phone store years ago. So imagine we're sitting in a room full of 100 new people from Androids to iPhones, from iPhone 12s to iPhone 17s to Google phones, and then you mix all the ages in. And then as soon as somebody downloads a Gemini platform or a Chat GPT, imagine when it doesn't work, right? And you went and you really finally got up the courage to do it, and you can't get it downloaded because you just don't have a setting right, or there's a firewall up. And that is the part where, as much as Craig Whitley, we listen to him, you could tell that this gentleman is a mathematician and he's a wizard. We are trying to get people to be able to eventually be able to listen to what Dave and Craig are doing. So we're in that space, making sure that those folks that are really, really nervous, that we slow it down for them and we take the time. Nobody gets left behind when we work with them.
And we have seen a big change from last year to this year, where most people were shying away from it. Brokers, owners didn't want to get involved. They didn't really know what the proof of concept was at that point. Even real estate agents in our world weren't really touching it. Now this year, fast forward from what we established last year going into this year, a lot of their goals are pivoting into this world right now. They know that it's here now, and they better act quickly.
It's fascinating, this whole summit, right? It's called the AI Wealth Summit, and so we're seeing so many case studies and way that people are leveraging AI to help them to support their businesses or to pivot, in a different direction in that space. And I love what you guys are embracing in there. So for our audience, especially for our newbies, our beginners, right? Because let's face it, I think we're in a bit of an echo chamber, those of us who leverage AI all the time and talk all about it. There's still a big wide world out there that's afraid of it and, don't know how to embrace it, don't know where to start. And I love that that's your service, the impact that you're creating. But for those people who are, looking at this audience and going, maybe I need to get curious about AI. Maybe I need to start embracing AI to either, enhance what they're already doing or help them to pivot and go a different direction and unlock a new wealth creation strategy for themselves or something like that. What would be some of the tips and tricks and strategies or, those type of things that, knowing what you know now on your journey, how could you be best of service to that audience?
Yeah, so I was excited to hear a lot of the expert level folks tonight, like Dave and Craig, talking about, acting as and making sure the role is in place and seasoning and making sure, we call it seasoning, or training your generator and those kinds of things. As far as trying to, a business owner that might be a little slow right now and they're just trying to figure it out. We even talked to one today, and I told them there's never been a better time to redo your brand, to redo your logos, to redo your websites. And we would implore people, if you're a moderate or even a beginner user of ChatGPT, simply take a picture of your website, simply take the link, upload it right to your ChatGPT and have it break it down. We do the same with our Facebook pages. We do it with our Instagram pages. And for instance, if you're a painter, if you own a painting company right now, don't upload your website and say, I hope to become, an influencer for roofs, or say my Instagram, is it set perfectly as if I'm trying to draw in roofing leads? Be specific about what you want from these platforms and you're going to be really excited for the results.
Well, that's it's just what do you find, I guess, with the real estate in particular as to what has been the biggest actual benefits from moving from, I guess, their standard procedures and into using the AI in space. So what progress have they created for themselves, or how they managed to speed up the process of what they're doing, or is there just a different outcome that they're trying to achieve?
People, I mean, if they're using it on a regular basis, they can save anywhere from 8 to 12 hours easily. But what they're finding most useful, since we are full-time real estate agents still, we understand their hustle. We understand being in the trenches with them. So we've taught them from even just voice activation in the car, because we're in the cars all day long, showing houses and things like that, to develop a comparative market analysis. You can even put some, what of the, top ranked schools, some of the best restaurants, things like that, that you can form right from your car, download it to a PDF, send it to your client. It looks so professional, and you can do this all from your car, and they're finding that that was really useful.
Yeah.
Some relocation clients that you may not know the geographic area, you can provide just.
And we'll give you an exact, for instance. So, if you have your ChatGPT open, in the bottom right corner, you're going to see a transcribe button and you're going to see a record button. The record button is wonderful for things, but if you're driving, like my wife, my beautiful wife and partner said, imagine that we're 2 hours from home. We're in an area called Lancaster, and we're working with a client, and we're on our way home and they need information. We can find 3 restaurants, their 3 favorite watering holes, maybe where the best farmer markets are, and then send that over. And, we tell people, try create PDF, right? And this is just for basic beginner stuff. But, imagine having all that information and then you simply type create PDF, click, and you email it right over to your client.
We also say if it's a client, and all of our clients are separated, because as your generator keeps recognizing and your tonality and everything else that it will memorize, it's electronic filing cabinet. So all of our clients are subdivided. And so that just keeps feeding more and more information. So you don't have to keep going back and retraining.
What Stacy's talking about is the conversations to the right. Yeah. So we just put our conversations in a capital letter. If you're not doing what Dave's doing and training the GPTs, if you just keep your conversations orderly, you can just keep going back to them and you never have to retrain on those clients again.
It's fascinating. Like, my wife and I, we did a road trip from Los Angeles to Miami just recently, and we're using, ChatGPT. We're going through all of these, these towns, back roads. So we're using AI to give us some research and support us where we are at this space, and looking for the history of the place and all that sort of thing. And so it's very similar to what you're talking about here with your clients, right? And the key word that keeps coming up for me is leverage, and AI is like a lever. And it helps us to create that more leverage in our space. But once again, we need to bring in the skill set. It's only as good as us behind the driver's wheel, in the driver's wheel. I see AI as a Ferrari, and there are a lot of people who have got the keys to the Ferrari or don't even know how to start the Ferrari, but they're jumping in like little 3-year-olds, little 5-year-olds and trying to, get this big, powerful machine off the ground and drive it. And because they don't understand it, they're driving off the cliff.
That's right.
They're not. I keep coming back to it. It's this word intimacy. They're not intimate with their own skill sets. They're not intimate with AI and the way that it can support them. And I think AI is a beautiful amplifier, or it's a bad amplifier. And
it's
so
just like anything else, like Dave said, garbage in, garbage out, and how you season it and how you start. That's why we start by, instead of introducing everyone to us or each other, we introduce them to their generator. And from that part, from the immediate download, that's where we start. And so they name their generator, and it becomes, when they're leaving, they have a name for it. They, and they've already started doing things, and we go home. We're not even home yet, and we see social media just blowing up with all this stuff, and it makes us feel so good that like they took the tools, they're on their way, and you can just see them getting better and better and better each day.
Yeah, but what my wife described there isn't, what we call slide deckers. These are the people that they stand and they give you the slide decker, and, it was a free seminar. And then at the end, there's $1,000 barcode waiting for you with a smile. We are implementation experts. We are not experts in certain other things. We're not trying to be mentors. We're not trying to be coaches. We want to be.
You know where your lane is, and you're staying in your lane in that space.
Yes.
So,
right.
Yes.
And I love that, and that's where you've engaged myself and Dave to be able to help support you and create that team of experts around you. And
Yes.
and I think that's smart, right? And that's the way that entrepreneurs run in that space. I want to bring it back around to this full circle though, because I want to talk about the experimentation and implementation, right? Because what AI has allowed us to do is experiment and to implement and get the idea to implementation a lot faster and a lot more cost effective, right? What used to probably cost us, like that music video I created 10 years ago, to get that probably would have been $10,000, and I probably wouldn't even looked at it because of the expense of it all. But now, because of the AI tools and the creativity that it's unlocked and really get that speed to implementation idea out ourselves, I've been able to experiment. So my question for you both is in your field, you know, and how are you experimenting with AI to help you to unlock this wealth creation space for yourself?
Yes, so it's not just real estate; it's across the board for us. We've done some consultations with, medical billing companies, biotech companies, restaurants, law firms, and where we're finding another niche is finding out what their pain points are. Some of them are so lagged behind in some of those CRMs or the lack thereof, or even their systems, and everything is so incredibly dated that we go in and we ask pertinent questions to how we can find those pain points, solve a problem for them, and then help them along the way get acclimated to AI and all of their future tools to get them set for the future.
Yeah. And I would say that, with the higher end level things like what Dave is doing now is, with the automations and things like that, that is all there. And what we implore people over and over again, please do not try to learn what Dave took 30 years to learn, right? These people, these folks that we work with and now are proud to call business partners, they are not trying to hurt people. They are trying to enlighten people. So if you have a great skill, my wife and I do a ton of videos and things. So we help these guys with videos, and then they were able to help us build our funnels, and we're having a change of relationship and exchange of goods and exchange of knowledge. And there's not a single person that spoke tonight, Melissa Mitchell, Jenny Lopez, Craig, that won't, Austin has over 3 million followers. He'll stop in a heartbeat and he will help people he don't know for free. So
he sounds like Christian Slater, by the way.
He does. And he might even look like
he started out he sounds like Christian Slater.
But I would be remiss, guys, if we get off this wonderful interview today, because I really wanted to ask Armstrong, and I'll tell you guys, we need people to know how much work goes into this. We saw a gentleman named Sayborn. He's kind of like a local comedian, but he's got 250,000 followers on Instagram. Give him a shout out because he's in his 20s. And he was telling all these people, and he's doing really well. I wanted him to tell people how hard he works. I think Austin just said he puts up, what did he say, 30 posts a day? So, people have to understand that no matter what you do in this world to get to a higher level, it's always going to be a lot of work. The AI doesn't take the work away.
Yeah.
It doesn't take the work away.
And that's what we tell people in the classes too. Like, you can't just throw up a post and then not interact and go back and forth with people. That's how you grow your base. That's how you
disrupt
grow,
the algorithm.
and you disrupt all those things. And if they think that they're just going to throw something up and then walk away, and the consistency is key there. And we're telling people, this is the front end of your business. All the legacy marketing and things like that are one thing. And for younger folks, it's probably dated and they won't even look at it. But you really have to be in front of your house and in the digital world and become more relevant in that capacity, and do it just like you blocked off any other time. So if people are cold calling or somebody, you're doing all these things, just put this in your daily task and do it for an hour or two, however long it needs to be. But you have to do it consistently, or else you're going to fail at that.
Yeah, totally agree. And so I'm going to set up Dave here for success here, and I'm going to help him to bring this home, mate. So Dave, you've got the opportunity here to ask $1 million question from this beautiful couple here to really make sure you bring it home, mate. So no pressure at all. If you have
I was going to keep it simple.
What a lead-in! What a lead-in, Jeff!
Let me get a sip of my coconut water.
Are you sweating, Dave?
Yeah, I think I need a drink of water.
Let's say you paid this beautiful
Take
couple
a drink of water. Yep.
Right. Let's say you paid them $100,000 for an hour of their time. What is the questions that you're going to ask them to get the most bang for your buck? Bring it home, mate.
Wow, that's no pressure at all. I guess one of the questions which I had in mind, because I was actually going to keep it simple or simplified, as we could say, was, I guess, you guys have been in this for a little while now, obviously, with along this AI journey. I guess when you were starting out, what was, I guess, one of the biggest challenges you faced with the AI and learning the AI? And I guess what from that, what would you tell people that are getting into this space for the very first time? part one. Noted.
Part one. Well, great question, but we've got 5 minutes left before we're going to move on to our next segment.
So
That's all right.
So what I would say is, call us and let's get started. Let's get that download done. If it's, don't be embarrassed if you're paying for the wrong chat GPT. We've done this. 11% of our clients are paying a monthly subscription to a chat bot and they don't even know. So let's just have a conversation. Our oldest participant's 84 and our youngest participant's 11, so let's start there. Chat GPT, listen, Claude is amazing. I worked on Ideogram. I worked on Leonardo back in the day. I heard you mention some of those. But the bottom line is, and we can debate this if you like, but ChatGPT has by far been the most user-friendly for beginners. So please, if you're working with Perplexity, Anthropic, and all these are wonderful, Manus, tremendous programs. But please hear us out. We deal with thousands of beginners all over the country, and they are loving just at least starting with ChatGPT.
And I was a beginner.
Right, that's exactly
I was a beginner, and so I practice with all those things. So don't make it so overly complicated. There's so many shiny objects and everybody's saying this is the best and you should do this. And a lot of these are all, for high-end tech. People have been doing these for years and years. Keep it simplistic. ChatGPT, CapCut, those easier models.
And the other piece that we didn't speak about today is Canva. Canva is the most powerful design tool on the planet. We designed our shirts with this. We designed our hats with it. We designed our mugs with it. Cost pennies on the dollar to do the design work. So Canva is a super powerful AI tool. It's not just for flyers anymore. So these are tools. With those 3 tools, you could absolutely run a multi-million-dollar business. But just start out trying to run a $5,000 business. Just start with T-shirts or coloring books or whatever you like. And that's what I would tell them, Dave. And we would tell them, if anybody's listening and they want to hear it slower, we'll happily get on a Zoom for $0 and we'll talk them through it.
Mm-hmm.
That's brilliant. Nothing less than what I would expect coming from you two. You're just out there to serve.
The other challenge was trying to get
people
it into the room, though. Trying to get into these rooms, it was hard.
Mm-hmm.
People are like, "Where's your proof of concept?" And if we didn't have one, we were saying, "How can we get one if we can't get in there?"
Yeah.
So I said, "We are listening to the people. We are listening who are working for you. We are part of those agents. So we're all imploring you guys to invest in us a little bit and get us in front of people and go AI first."
And so that brings, sorry, Dave, just to cut in, but that's a very important thing that you've just dropped there. And I want our audience to really pick that up is, entrepreneurs, whatever service it is that we're providing, we could either try to be the hero of the story or we can be the guide of the story. And the ones that I see that are winning in today's world are positioning themselves to be the guide in the story, not to be the hero. And that's what you guys have beautifully done in this space. You've gone, we're not here to be the hero. We're here to help you become the hero, hence this hero makers conversation, and realizing that you're the guide, but also realizing that, AI and, whatever tools that you're using in this space can be either a guide for you in that journey, or you can be the guide for it and direct it. It's all about this proximity. It's all about this positioning. So some of these things have, they're fundamental laws, right? It doesn't matter what technology or whatever that we're doing. This is branding, this is marketing, this is sales, this is entrepreneurship 101. And we've got an amazing guest coming up here who just gets this as well. And I can't wait to bring Josh up to the stage later on today. But,
if we could just say one last thing, we are the
Yes,
definition.
please.
We are the definition of hero makers. I watched these guys 2.5 years ago because we're on opposite time zones. So I'd be up late night reading and doing some coding and things. And these 2 guys would be going nuts. There would be like there'd be 2 people watching and me, and there'd be nobody on there. And these guys did it every couple nights, and then slowly
Referring to Jeff,
to Jeff and Dave, and
random Aussies, right?
and now here we are sitting with you guys. You're trying to make us heroes, and now we're going to try to make other people heroes just like you guys did with us. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
we appreciate you guys.
Nah, thank you. And look, our story is just getting beginning. It's just getting started. And really looking forward to the impact that we can create in the world as a collaborative team here. So thank you very much for saying yes to being on this summit. Thank you very much for the service that you do to help your community. And it's absolutely a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right, we're
guys.
just going to go quickly to commercial and we'll be back up with our next guest. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, let's go, Josh. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here to the stage. Let me do a quick introduction and then let's just dive straight in. So, everybody, thank you very much for tuning in. Make sure you do subscribe to our event here, even just to get the replay or for our future events that we host. We're going to be hosting plenty of these coming up. But, ladies and gentlemen, the next guest doesn't talk about disruption. He actually helps build inside of it. You know, Josh Phelps is a global entrepreneur, a visionary leader, a strategist, and operating at the intersection of AI, digital finance, and part of the whole decentralized wealth creation community. He has built and scaled international teams across multiple industries, and he's known for spotting trends early, long before they hit mainstream. And what I most respect about Josh is he doesn't just chase opportunity. He helps build ecosystems that allow everyday people like myself and Dave and other people like that to help participate in it. So today we're driving into the future of money, AI, and what wealth looks like into this next decade. So Josh, welcome to the AI Wealth Summit. And Josh, I think you're muted there, mate. So I might need to unmute.
All right, we good to go?
Yes, sir.
Amazing. Well, hey, first off, I just want to say how excited I am to be here with you and just everybody so far that shared. You know, it's amazing seeing the conversation of AI advancing so much right now in society. At one point, you know, nobody knew what to say about it. It was this new discovery. And now people are really beginning to see the power of it. And, you know, it's wild watching this all just begin to really unfold, because the truth is we are just scratching the surface of where this technology can go. And, you know, there's a lot of things that can come from here. And I do believe the world is going to continue to shift and evolve in a massive, massive way when it does come to this technology.
Yeah, and look, we are partnering together on a project at the moment that is just taking the world by storm. In in just under 40 days, I believe we got close to 1,500 people that were brought into the community. And so I want to talk about this journey because I think it's a very important topic. So, but let's start here. Josh, what do you see is actually happening right now in the global financial landscape that most people don't see yet?
No, that's a really good question. But this is what I want to do before I get into that. When it comes to AI, I think that every single person needs to have a foundational basis, right? When it comes to money, that's going to be the last thing that I mention in what I'm about to share right now. But I want to set a foundation. If you're watching with me live on social media, I just want you to put a 1 in the chat box if you understand, with everything that is taking place or anything that you're learning from spiritual truth, from entrepreneur truth, you name it, I think all of us need to have a foundation. And before I get into the money, I'm a very fundamental and practical person, and I hold to foundational truths. The first thing that I want to make very clear when it comes to AI is it is not DI. What do I mean by that? AI stands for artificial intelligence. It is not divine intelligence. There are these theories, I think, that just AI somehow can like magically replace us as human beings. Yeah. And I want to make sure that we start this conversation. And I think everybody's been chipping in on it, but I really want to make sure that we have this laid, that as human beings, we are divine intelligence. We are made in the image and likeness of God. AI is not. AI can never replace us, but it can amplify us. It can help us with our thoughts. It can help us with our words. AI is an amplifier. Now, the second thing that's really important to understand about AI is it does not define truth. AI in itself is built off of what is already known. right? It's not built off of what is unknown. It is built off of knowledge that is already known. And one thing that is very important to do when it comes to AI is make sure to do your due diligence. Just because ChatGPT or any of these other AI programs says something does not mean that it's true.
Yeah.
One of the other things that I really want to push with this is it doesn't define truth. I think so oftentimes people will type something in and they're like, all right, this is true. Listen, from culture, from spirituality, from politics, and I would dare even say there may be agendas behind AI sometimes, right?
I probably agree with that.
To not be willing to question that or to look into that can also be something that is very, very problematic. Now, the next point that I think that's important to make with this is AI should strengthen your judgment. And I think this is something that's really important. It is to strengthen your judgment. It's not to replace it. And with that being said, you may be asking like, all right, that sounds great, but like, what does that mean? I think critical thinking is one of the biggest things that humans need to return to. We are so easily swayed by media, by propaganda, by what people post on social, by the energy and the influence of just all of these forces around us that sometimes we fail to actually be critical thinkers.
Yeah.
And then I would say, moving into the conversation of wealth, AI can make you money. It can, but you have to use it like the wealthy. If you use AI like the ignorant, it is not going to do anything for you. And AI in itself is not actually making anybody wealthy. People may be selling access or courses or knowledge about AI, or it may then, in how it's properly supposed to be used, help you create strategy or maybe define your strategy in a better way that it can be more efficient. So let's talk about now AI when it comes to money, because this is actually something that I love. But before we get to the money, I think it's always important as humans is we remember who we are, the power that is within all of us, and that anything around us and outside of us is not more important, more valuable, and in any capacity take away from us. Because oftentimes I see people posting and I'm like, that's AI. Or even conversations, they send a message and I'm like, okay. And comically enough, before I get into money, I have to say this because it's something that I mess with people about all the time. All right, now I know what AI thinks. What do you think about it?
Yeah.
You know, and I think that this is something that I'm really serious about because I never want the human to lose their humanity. Technology is amazing in its proper format, right? But when it comes to money and when it comes to the financial world, guys, I've been in the banking world for 15 years now. When I was 17 years old, I went straight into the banking world of credit card processing. And at 19, 20, 21 years old, I'm sitting along and building alongside CEOs of massive banks, the biggest in America. And what I found out very quickly is that money was not really set up in our favor when it comes to society. The world today, as much as we want to believe that it was programmed in our favor. Now, when I say that, I want to talk about society structures. The divine has always been in our favor. So I want to make sure that that is clarified before I move further in what I'm sharing. But in seeing how all of this is happening, I think something is really intriguing right now. AI, if it's properly used, actually gives us the ability to start leveling the playing field. And it's a very, very powerful thing in itself. But one thing that is something that I found to be very intriguing in the AI finance world is it's really only the wealthy people that are utilizing this properly right now. When you think about the financial markets, whether you're talking about the stock market, whether you're talking about the Forex markets, whether you're talking about the crypto markets, the majority of people that are using AI properly is not the masses. It's the wealthy. 80% of banks, hedge funds, these massive institutions are using AI to help them be more effective in the marketplace. But even in that sense, I also want to say this. It still requires human intelligence alongside of it. Because the reality of it is AI also scares the shit out of me. And I want to explain why. There is a reality And we've seen the movies of these AI robots and stuff that start like taking over the world. Like when you think about warfare and everything that's happening, AI is actually really freaky, the depths it can go if it is allowed to go there.
Yeah.
So there's a part of me that is extremely thankful for AI and what it's opening up, but there's also a part of me that is very cautious and at the same time still very on guard that we don't become so obsessed with this, I'll use the word meta world, right? This virtual world, that we actually forget what it means to be human and be empowered as people. But in terms of money, guys, the banks, hedge funds, these huge multi-billion-dollar industries, they are utilizing AI in a major way. And one thing that's very important in our society, when I said that AI cannot replace you, I mean AI cannot replace your humanity. In the workforce, AI can absolutely replace you. And I think that's what we're seeing happening right now in a major way, is there's a lot of people that are intimidated and scared by AI, not because of the depths of where it can go if wrongly used, but the reality is people have not figured out a way to actually make money with AI or online or utilize this technology. And now at this point, they're feeling intimidated because they feel like, hey, how am I going to compete with this? And I want to give you a word that is very special when it comes to that thought process. You're either going to learn to use AI like the wealthy, or AI could completely eradicate what you do in the workforce. And you can either be intimidated by it, or you can do the same thing that they're doing. See, AI is not that expensive. That's the crazy part about it. Now, you do need to understand what you're doing, or you'll just be mimicking and repeating random, useless, baseless information. Like just because you type something, is this true, and it says it is, it doesn't mean it is. Yeah. Just because you say, hey, give me the facts about what this person said about this, that does not mean that that's credible. You still need to do further due diligence. As someone that's a writer, a speaker, I'll be very honest. I am not the person that has used AI to help me with what I do. I actually don't like it. I've tried to bounce thoughts off of it sometimes, and oftentimes it's critical of my thoughts. And I'm like, that's okay, because I'm critical of yours, you know? But
having an argument with AI.
Yeah. You know, it's funny though, because it does, even in that terminology and kind of that sense, it does still cause a challenge that I enjoy as a human being, because it stretches your brain, right? Dr. Joseph McClendon and I, we host our Mindset Pro classes, and, you know, we do these amazing things together, and we talk about the power of the brain. If you don't use your brain never grows. But when you cause it to think, when you cause it to expand, it's not that your head's going to get bigger, but the density in your brain is going to grow, which is going to give you the ability to actually enhance and empower what God has put in you.
There's still got to be that relationship piece, right? That intimacy piece with the human to human contact there. And, you know, AI can never really replace that part. And,
100%.
you know, I love the whole foundation that you've just set this conversation off. So thank you for setting that tone. It's a really important conversation to have. Now, there's a couple of things I want to circle back around. Like you mentioned that you've worked as a CEO in some of the biggest banks in the world and all that sort of thing. So you've been inside the rooms, right? And this basically what this platform here is to create a room to help educate the masses, you know, what's happening in the real world, if you will. What are some of the insights that you've learned along the way that you can share with us to help us to be able to become more aware and more empowered as individuals to help us, you know, navigate this space and this AI wealth transfer?
I think one of the biggest important things when it comes to this, and that's an incredible question, by the way, because again, it's so important that you're following the people that, one, have the results that you want, but also embody the character and heart of people you want to follow.
Yeah, well said.
Right? I know a lot of intelligent people. That doesn't mean I desire to be their friend. It doesn't mean that I would walk to the end of the mountain and if they jumped, I would follow them. You know what I mean? There is a reality of learning how to dissect and get something from all of the powerful people without becoming them if we don't agree with them. Because there are, I don't want to say bad people. I don't like using that type of terminology, but there are people that I very much disagree with on many, many levels. That doesn't mean that they're not still intelligent in different capacities, right? Yeah. Like there's things that we can always pull. But this is why I'm talking about having grounding and foundation. I can learn something from someone that I disagree with, and I can take what was proper and what was good, and I can fit that within what is real to me and what I do. So in asking the question about what and seeing in the insight, I'll tell you a story. When I was 20 years old, I was finishing up ministry school, traveling around the world. I was absolutely crushing it in the credit card processing space. I went from just being a sales rep to being the national sales director of a company that now, did over $1 billion a year since then and still continues to do every year with the revenue that's coming in from the clients that we built, right? So my brother, Jeremy, passed away in 2013. And he was like my best friend. And it was a very, very, very difficult time for me because I just didn't understand at that time. I'm like, how? He's 34 years old, has 4 kids, and now at this point, it's an absolute shit show. This is a mess, what now we're having to deal with, but yet he was still successful. And if he wasn't successful, I couldn't imagine how much worse his family would have been. And that's something I realized at a very young age, right? When you do have a family, when you do have a child, you're no longer living for yourself alone. But I'm telling you this because this is going to lead directly into the rest of my story. At that time, one of the big banks that we're working with, and I'm not going to share the name of it just for privacy purposes, and spending time with the CEO and stuff there, he flew us out to Texas. That may give you some reference, but flew us out to Texas. And we were out at this conference with him, and my brother and I, because we were 2 of the biggest producers with our offices compared to what we're doing with their bank in relationship, he loved us. And crazy enough, I was always a young, wild guy then, the same way that I am now, but I'm a lot more sound in my thinking and just life now compared to them. I was a real young whippersnapper back then. But with that, he really catered to me in terms of just, taking time to be there. Like, man, I'm so sorry that your brother passed. I always loved him so much. He was such a great guy. He was a great dad, and he really kept catering to me the whole night. I would walk away because I don't like to take up people's time. I'm like, you can talk with everybody else, but he kept coming over and talking to me. Now, as he was talking to me in the rest of the room, I noticed that he had quite a lot to drink, and he continued to just take drinks back to back. And I'm like, dude, I don't know how much longer you're going to be able to stand up. But he came over to me the last time and people were starting to leave. And being the CEO of a bank, I said, hey, I got some questions for you. I was like, what does the bank do to make so much money? And it was wild as the CEO of one of the top 10 biggest banks in America. It was really wild to begin to hear what the banks were doing. See, I think many of us come from this place of thinking that the bank is set up, that we get our money, we put it in the bank because they're going to hold it for us so we don't just go spend it all, right? The bank is not your mattress. If you put your money in the mattress, unless someone comes in and steals your mattress, the money is still there. When you put money in the bank, your money immediately goes to work for them. The banking institutions were not created for our favor. When they say they appreciate you, that's because what you're doing for them is helping appreciating their assets. Okay? And that's something that's really important to know. So he started going through and telling me the different things that the banks are doing with the money and how they're growing and they're building the billions of dollars that they are using our money. And, in that moment, I'm going to use this as a reference. I definitely don't agree with exactly what I'm about to say, but I felt like Robin Hood, but a little bit different, right? I'm not the type that believes that you should take from the wealthy to give to the poor. Any place that you divide, you're never going to grow. So the idea that the rich owe poor people something is the stupidest idea, one of them, that I've ever heard in my life.
Agreed.
All right? It's an agenda that people love to do because they love to create division between rich people and poor people. Well, the rich people should just give all their money away. Okay, you go give your money away and let's see how you feel about it. Well, they have $1 billion. Well, they worked their ass off to get it. I don't believe that they owe anybody anything. Like they posted about Elon Musk, and now him being the wealthiest person in the world right now, and his success. And I just saw so many people be like, he should just give more away. And I'm like, They're like, what would you say to him? I said, I'll tell you what I would say to him. I would thank him for pushing the needle forward and showing us what's possible. You know, so when it comes to finance, what's really crazy is back then, there was not the implementation of AI. That hadn't really started to surface yet. There hadn't started to be this technological advancement that now we're beginning to see. But now it is very different, where it was all human interaction and human intervention and human responsibility to manage the money. The banks, hedge funds, they've all begun to shift massively in utilizing AI, still with human intervention, still with human insight. But now AI can do something that we as humans can't, and that's calculate, think without emotion, without taking a break, and now being able to say, da-da-da-da-da-da, here it is. And then you have the ability to look and say, I either agree with that assessment or I don't. And what I'm enjoying right now more than anything is there's actually a couple places that are starting to open up the conversation, but beyond the conversation, open up the vehicle of AI when it comes to the world of AI finance. You know, coming from being in the banking industry, Jeff, I think what we're doing right now when it comes to AI finance is one of the most important things. And I don't want to just keep sharing. You may have a few more questions and stuff for me, but I am overly excited about what's happening right now with the whole AI finance world. And now, as humans, it being open to the masses, because technology for far too long, in terms of it actually being in its biggest and most powerful form, it usually has been kept away for the wealthiest of the wealthy.
I agree with that statement. And I love what I'm seeing come to life in our community right now that we're building, where, you know, abundance mentality is starting to be born, you know, from that. People are starting to now hope again. They're starting to now dream again, because now, I've got goosebumps. Now they've got access to these tools that were never really there for them, that may be hidden or weren't attainable because of whatever the elite were doing, have now got access to us. And we're now in a place where we come back to, you know, the divine purpose of it all, the human element of it all. You know, we are in a place where we can help create community that is helping people not just to survive, but start to thrive and start to live their purpose-driven life, the hero maker style conversation, right? So with what we're currently partnering up together, I'd like to unpack this for our audience. What do you see for the future of what we're building together and some of the tools that we're using? Yeah, let's give access to our audience here and how they can potentially come partner with us. But, you know, let's set the vision. Let's set create the vision for people.
So I want to lead in with this story. The whole world of AI finance, blockchain, all of this, it was actually, when you go back and you understand the white paper of blockchain, it was supposed to be created for peer-to-peer, for our benefit. But one thing, so one of my dear friends, his name is Brian. He's the CEO of the platform that we're working with on the AI finance side of things. This is a gentleman that loves to stretch the conversation. He was just invited recently to the Satoshi Roundtable, which is all the highest CEOs and the people in the industry, right? Not some just random person that's like, yeah, AI, right? But no, a person that's involved in the conversation. But what was intriguing, and we had a conversation after he left there, he said, you know, 99% of the conversation was how AI and blockchain can make these institutions more money. And he said, I actually perked up at one point and said, you know, this wasn't the basis of why this was even created. It was created for peer-to-peer, person-to-person, to get out of this whole institutional society that we've grown up within that is keeping us from the world that we were created for. It's the very thing that's limiting us when we were created for limitless life. But until we get to a place that we understand what to do, right? I need everyone to, you don't have to agree with me, but I would encourage you to in this case. If you don't know the right thing, who agrees that you can't do anything about it? Because how can you do what you don't know? But then number two, if you know, but you don't have access, how can you do what you don't have access to? And this is where I'm excited right now, because we're fixing the major two problems right now. What people know and what people have access to, and what makes the magic go is who you surround yourself with and who you're plugged into, the community.
That's
right?
important.
So we're upgrading what we know. We're upgrading what we do, what we have access to, but we're also upgrading who we surround ourselves with. And that's a major component of it. So in this situation, the AI finance world is beginning to grow in a very, very big way. And I'll tell you what's so special about it to me. This is technology that has been kept from poor people, from average people. And I like to say it as that because it is what it is. I don't like to sugarcoat shit because the banks ain't been sugarcoating nothing for us. The institutions ain't been sugarcoating nothing. So it's time that we stop playing this nice little pity pat shit game when we're being taken advantage of every day because we've been kept ignorant. The school systems didn't teach us. We've been kept away from the technology because they never wanted us to have access to it. So now we're either going to take it by storm and get plugged into the right places and realize there's a lot more of us than there is them. But in saying that, I'm going to tell you why I began to really appreciate my relationship with Brian and what he's doing so much, because I found someone a lot like myself that was willing to fight for the masses. When I was sitting down with the CEO of the bank and I was talking about I felt like Robin Hood, I'll tell you why. Because I was like, you told the wrong person. I've been able to create success for myself for a very, very long time. But anybody that's had success and really has a divine purpose will realize that success isn't about you anymore. Once you've gotten there, you've gotten there. But even in the journey there, if it's not about actually helping people, it's selfish. And at some point, no one wants to be around you if it's all about you.
Yeah.
So where we started growing our relationship is I'm like, dude, we've had a similar path. I used to pipe up with these people all the time. You're piping up in the conversations. But what's different is we created vehicles that people could actually obtain and start getting on the right path to wealth, right? So with this AI finance world, you may be asking, all right, what does this mean? How do I get access? And what does it look like? AI finance is bringing technology that has been kept in high-level institutions. For example, what Jeff and I are a part of with this, I own my own company. I want to be very clear about that. But still seeing the power of it, I still partnered with it. I have 25,000 people in my company globally. And in a 30-day process, we had 1,500 people join this new platform that we partnered with because every single person involved is making money using AI. Now, I'm not here to give income claims. I'm not here to make any type of guarantees or anything like that. And I definitely want to make sure that the disclaimer is laid as we're talking about money and we're talking about finance, just for due diligence and proper responsibility and proper expectation. You know what I mean? But with this, it's amazing when a bank would offer $100 million for something that any individual around the world can get access to for $19.99.
It's crazy.
Guys, that's more than a bank account costs on an annual basis. That's more than a credit card or debit card would cost in most situations. You send a wire, it's $15, $20, $25 for the wire to be sent. You know? So what I'm excited about is there is actually places now, and I will say this, I've not seen many places. This is honestly the most true and powerful platform I've seen for the average individual as well as the successful individual, that a bank offered $100 million for it and said that if we buy this from you, you can't share it with them. Now, who agrees that is a really crazy statement?
Park it on the shelf and put it away.
Yeah, no, they wanted to work it for them. What they wanted us to do was go put our money in the bank, and now they're using the technology to grow their self-money rather than it being something that can grow us freedom. And see, for me, I'm very passionate about this because there's one thing that I hate more than anything, and that's human suffering. More than anything, I hate watching human suffering because God did not create us to suffer. He created us for abundance. And most people don't know how to get to abundant life. And it's important to understand that money, you're either going to learn to master money or you're going to be a slave to money the rest of your life.
That's powerful.
And that's major.
That's really powerful. Like, I know we got to spend some time together in LA there last November, and one of the things that stuck with me is Jeff, I'm going to help you, give you the keys to the kingdom, and you helped me unlock that abundance life, that abundance mentality. and that's because of your mentorship and people like Dr. Joseph McClendon and Michael Silvers. It's just the world is now opening up these doors, but it's not just because of it's an overnight success story. It's 20 years in the making to get here.
Yep.
And just in the last 3 years, AI has helped amplify the journey a little bit, but it's because of the confidence that I've built in this journey to be able to have the posture, if you will, and the belief in myself. And so you talk a little bit about this in your book as well, with the Great Reset. So I don't want this just to be all about, the AI Wealth Financial, but I do see some here in the comments that people are asking how they can get access to this. And so I do want to just set the tone. We are going to look at hosting a inner circle private call in the next few days. And so the invitation will be going out to you. That's why I'm asking people to register, to stay in touch with us, to stay plugged in. And so please do stay connected here. We'll run the commercial again if you haven't got the QR. Dave, maybe you can just drop the link in the chat there for us, please. But I want to come back and circle back, Josh, to your book, because I think our audience here are starting to pick it up, right? You're about being a man of service with servant-hearted leadership. You said it there clearly. You don't want to help. You don't want to see people, humans, suffering. You want to give people the tools, the keys to help them to live an abundant lifestyle. So I love to, give you the space here, the platform, the stage to be able to share a little bit about the intentionality and the purpose behind the book, and everything that you're about, your character, your being, and what's your driving force behind, all of the actions and the big plays that you take, because you do take some big plays.
Yeah, I've never been the one to play small ball.
No.
I love
that.
Yeah, with that, look, here's my book. It's called The Great Reset. And I'll tell you right now, I think this book, and I mean this so humbly, right? Like a lot of people would talk up anything they have just for self-promotion or whatever. I think this book is one of the most necessary books for anybody in the world to read right now. We are going through a drastic shift in society right now. Everything is evolving. The great reset that needs to happen in the world is not the financial world, is not the political world, and it's not all of these other things that we would normally assume it to be. And everybody's talking about a great reset. There's conversations about a new world order. Like there's so many things that are happening in a very weird way right now. But I want to talk about the most important thing that resets, and that's you. See, from the very beginning, before the foundation of the world, there was a divine power that imagined your creation. And not only imagined your creation, but put all of its power, all of its intelligence, and all of its desire and intention. And when you were created, he looked and said, "It is very good." And created us not to live by the rules of society. See, we were programmed perfectly from the very beginning. But every experience that you've had since you've been born has programmed you in a certain way that, let's talk about the matrix, right? Has conditioned us to believe who we are, what we can be, what we have to think, the limits that we have, just our whole existence. There's been these outside forces, dare we talk about the elite, the system, whatever you want to use, that has done and put all of their efforts and intention into controlling humanity into believing that we're not actually that powerful. And I'll tell you something. We are powerful beyond measure.
Amen.
We were created not just with divine intelligence, but the very divine itself is sharing its image and is within us. So in saying that, while we have been misprogrammed by the society around us, I want us all to realize that now is the time that we can reset and we can go back to our default settings, which is the one that the divine created, programmed. And it's a process of unlearning. See, with this book, I gave a formula. And I want you to understand this. The word reset, I gave you a methodology to actually do it. The first half of the book is the book. The second half of the book is a 30-day guide to actually begin unlearning and reprogramming. I want to give it to you really quickly. RESET, right? The Great Reset. R stands for remember your origin, where you come from. Even before society told you who you are, what the divine said that you are, and that is truth. E stands for expose the illusion. First, we have to remember the truth. It's a great remembering, right? Because we've been very forgetful. So first we have to remember. The E stands for expose the illusion, because illusion leads to delusion, which leads to confusion and a life of misery. And you can't go and understand the truth until you actually expose what the lie is. S stands for speak the truth, right? Who agrees that God didn't just envision the world, he spoke it into existence and said life and death is in the power of the tongue. We oftentimes are speaking a lot of things that are not true. I'm not worthy for success. I'm not supposed to be abundantly rich. I'm not this. I'm not that. I could be this. All of those are lies, and I deal with that in the book. But S stands for speak the truth. Once you denounce the lie or renounce the lie, now you can begin to speak what is true. The next E stands for embody the truth. Who agrees we don't just need to speak it, we have to be it. And when I say be it, I don't mean become something we're not. I mean return to who we've always been, right?
Yeah.
You are royalty, but if you don't know your royalty, you're not going to live like it. You're going to live like a peasant and an orphan because you didn't know who you actually are.
Come on.
And the last one, T, stands for transform through action. It's not enough to just know it. It's not enough to just speak it. It's not enough to just sit around and think about it. You got to take actionable steps that are going to bring this truth back to reality. So in all of the things that we're seeing in the world today, what I want to see evolve more than anything is the human conscious back to our power, away from the delusions, away from the illusions and confusion, but returning back to what God said, because that's where, if you want to use the word magic, that's when the magic starts happening. When you realize that anything actually is possible. When you realize that you're not worthless, but you've been worthy even before you did anything good or you did anything wrong. So it's this awakening that's happening right now. And I will go on the record and say this. This is the greatest days that we could ever be alive in the world. Outside of Jesus Christ himself walking the planet, there is not a more valuable and powerful time than the one that we're living in today. And I'm going to tell you another crazy fact. I think this is the most special moment for all of us. If you're questioning why you're here, I want you to remember this verse. You were born for such a time as this.
I love our conversations. Every single time you bring so much life and joy and abundance into the world. And I just thank you for everything that you bring. You wear your heart on your sleeve. You give it everything you're all. And you're just an amazing, young guy. Like, you're younger than me, and I can't. Sometimes you've got so much more wisdom than me, right? But it's just, look, it's a brilliant part here, just partnering with you on this journey. Look, we've probably got about 4 minutes left, and I just want to give you the open mic here to just share some wisdom. But I suppose the question to set the tone is, we're talking about this abundance. We're talking about giving people access to the tools that they need to create this purpose-driven abundance lifestyle. How can people really lean in? What are the next steps people should take?
2 things that I'll highlight here tonight. There's definitely more than that. But with there being just a couple minutes left, and especially coming from a preacher background, it's hard to be told there's 2 minutes left. All right? The first thing is begin to believe the truth. And truth is dictated by what God said to be true, not what the world claims. Right? And I think that this is so important. Money is not good or evil. We've talked about the word amplification during this conversation here tonight. Money is a tool that will either enhance goodness or it will enhance people that had bad desires and intention. But this is one thing that I know without a question. If you do not like the way the world is being ran by the people that are running it, you being poor is the biggest disservice to the evolution of our humanity. You not having the resources you need is keeping the world from actually experiencing the greatness that is within you.
Wow.
It's extremely important that you're wealthy. It is extremely important that you're not living a life of lack, because how can you really live a life of purpose if you can't meet your needs? And this is something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, but the conversation must continue. And the second thing that's the most important part of it, beyond just what you're believing, what you're beginning to discover, is actionable steps that will actually do something about it. It's one thing to fantasize about success. It's another thing to realize why you need to be successful. It's light awakening light within humanity, right? When you really begin to think about this, if we could simply become a people that become aware of our power, do you understand that that begins to become a natural impact across every person that we're talking to? You just walk in a place and your light begins to be contagious. So now when it comes to this whole world of finance, where are you going to position yourself to grow properly? Because you can go and try a bunch of things, but I'm going to tell you that's not the greatest thing to do right now. You need to plug in with people that know what they're doing, that have it going on, and that have the results that you're looking for. Don't waste your money right now. Most people don't have enough money to even try to waste. And losing money will put you far behind. And this is why Jeff and I work together so well, because we're helping people really begin to get access to things that massively shift. Because I talk about it all the time. If I can help people upgrade their mind, upgrade their money, anything truly becomes possible. Because now you can live a life that's based off of purpose. Money is a tool. And what I've learned about building, even though I'm probably the worst person in the world, if you had a problem in your house to come and ask if I wanted to do it, I can help pay somebody to do it or lead you to someone that can do it, right? But money is a tool. And one thing that I know, if you're building a house, which in this world, we're all building our home that we want to live within. If you don't have the tools you need, you will find yourself without. And money is the biggest thing that can help you stack your toolbox. Yes, character is so important. Yes, what you do every single day is so important. But it's much easier to live the life of your dreams when money is not lack. It's in a state of abundance. So Jeff and everybody on this call, I just want to say that I appreciate having a place that we can come and have these conversations. Most people are busy watching Netflix right now, watching Hulu right now, seeing what's happening on the random dating show that I would turn off if I even heard it right now. But this is a place that we can have valuable conversations to help awaken powerful people that can actually be empowered to go and live the life that we were all created for. So I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, to every person that's contributed in this conversation, I think some of us, we've echoed different things and sentiments that are very much in alignment, but it's beautiful when we realize that the divine in us doesn't mean sameness. We all come from the same family, but all of us have a special expression. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to every person that has expressed your divine power today in a beautiful way and contributed to this conversation. And Jeff, to you and the whole team that put this together, thank you so much for what you guys are doing.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. And, the beautiful part about this is we're just getting started, we're just in the early chapters of this. And I can't wait for 10 years down the road and reminisce on moments like this. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Josh, thank you very much. Dave, we're going to go to commercial just quickly, and we're going to come back up with the next guest. But Josh, absolutely love working with you, mate. Thank you. Dave, take us.
Love it.
Hello. Honestly, I don't know about you, Jeff, but I feel excited, empowered, and truly blessed of living at this stage of humanity, especially after listening to all the speakers. And Josh was like, boom.
Yeah. I when I was planning this whole summit out, I was like, I knew I needed to bring Josh sort of in the centerpiece of this whole conversation, because I've had the privilege of being able to interview him a few times now, and he's just a man that brings so much life and energy to the surface. And we're almost 3 hours in, and we've still got another hour and a half to go. So now the energy's picked up, the tempo's picked up, and we're going to hand it over to Jenny now for this next amazing conversation to continue this stage, this platform for this very important conversation. You just heard it from Mr. Josh Phelps there about the importance of this and the awareness of this that needs to be happening. And so it's such a privilege and an honor when you can start to see like the impact and the purpose of a summit come to life. And you can see in the comments and you can say, yes, 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 we did that. We are a part of that. And Jenny, I just love working with you, mate. You've got such a beautiful energy yourself. So I'm going to hand it over to you, and we're going to bring up our next guest, and let's continue the show.
Absolutely. And we are ready to bring the panel here. We're going to have experts in businesses, in AI, engineering, investments, content creation, all of that. I'm so excited. Welcome all of you to the panel. Hello. And for those of the people who are connected and they don't know you yet, can you please introduce yourself quickly? And Jane, I'm going to start with you because you're here on my right.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jane Slagsmith. I'm based in Melbourne, Australia. I have been educating people on wealth creation for over 20 years, tens of thousands of people making money out of property and business. And I found that there was a problem people needed to get over, which is themselves in mindset. So definitely looking at how AI can collapse time and empower people to live their best life.
Amazing, amazing. Welcome. Kanji, what about you?
Hi, I'm Kanji Low. Nice to meet everyone. I'm also from Melbourne, Australia. So, go Melbourneians. I'm a AI marketing strategist and keynote speaker. So I obviously go around the world to teach people about AI. And I love just automating, pretty much my day-to-day life, but not the relationships, because you can't automate that. You got to stay true to it. So that's me. And yeah, looking forward to this panel.
Incredible. Luis.
Hi, I'm Louise Dupka, and I am from rural New South Wales, so country New South Wales, and so fairly new to AI, but yeah, so AI branding and video services, try a little bit of automation as well. So yeah, sort of
amazing. Welcome. And then Carly.
Hello. I'm Carly Woods, AI. I love all the AI stuff. But first, I just want to thank Jeff, amazing, and Josh. Wow, can we just all just sit back a minute? I actually come from banking and finance and the car trade myself in a previous life. And now, now I run a company called Ethical Edge Solutions, where we build AI and implement AI solutions into businesses. So we streamline operations and make them more faster and more productive and give them more time back. And I'm also an AI coach. So I teach smaller businesses how to, just get over that overwhelm and enjoy it. And that's me in a nutshell, really.
All right. Well, I'm going to start there with you, Carly, with the first question specifically for you, because I know you work with small and medium businesses as well. For those small businesses who are starting to, where do I start with AI? What would you coach them in terms of where to start so they can get the best ROI without the overwhelm, just like you were saying?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think it's the only question everyone is asking right now. Shiny object syndrome has been spoken about many times. I don't want to repeat anything. I want to come with new things. But we have a coaching group called Automate to Dominate. And the reason why I built that is because not everyone can implement solutions for their business, even though they need it, right? Everybody needs agents and implementation and organization of their business, but not everybody can afford it. So I built this with that exact thing in mind. How do they exactly get that and be able to strategize to use minimal tools to be able to succeed, right? So essentially what we want to do is we want to reduce our time, increase our productivity, and make more money, work less and grow more, right? That's exactly what we want to do. So the first thing that we get people to do is look at the bottlenecks. So look at tools and any shiny things. We need to take it back to process. So from somebody who's built multi-million-dollar businesses, you can get into the tools and the things and the doing straight away. You have to peel it back. You can't start putting tools in messy systems because you're going to end up with more overwhelm, more things to do, more things to look at. And if you've got employees, you're going to completely confuse them. Okay. And we have to give employees therapy enough, right? Let's not do that to them. They're really good people. So what we do is we look at the strategy first. So look at the bottlenecks. You could be your own bottleneck in your own business, by the way, and that's okay. So we actually do something simple. We have like this bottleneck prompt, and it gets you to answer the questions you don't normally want to answer. And in the end, it comes up with just 3 things. And it's usually the things that are taking up your time and the things that are creating, are holding your business back and holding you back. And they usually, and I always say this, when I show you these 3 things, you're not going to like them. Guess what? Why? Because if you like them and you were going to do them, they would have been done by now. So what we're bringing up is something that it's like, it's the 3 things that I hate. And I don't know if anyone's read the book Eat the Frog. And if you haven't, go and read it. It's like one of my favorite things ever. And I've done this in my own businesses, my own practice, my own life. And it's like where you have to eat the ugliest frog first. Okay.
Eat the frog. Yeah.
That is basically what you need to do to start. Are we looking at AI? Are we looking at anything else? Yes, you can use AI. You can jump into your LLM of choice, whether that's ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity. Naturally, I use them all because I check out all the shiny things so you don't have to. But the thing is, you can get it to diagnose and get it to help you strategize the first things that you need to look at. And that's all that you need to do. So when you say, where do I start? I honestly, quite genuinely say, don't start with the AI. Let's just peel it back. And let's have a look at what the three top things, and guaranteed AI is going to help you with those 3 top things. But that's the first thing that I would say to reduce the overwhelm. And then for 90 days, work on that, get it done. And if it's not done, stop looking at somebody else online apparently doing better than you. Stop looking at, Karen, who says that this tool is really cool and now it can automate your whole entire life and give you a massage at the same time. It's not true. Okay.
I like it, Carly. So
that's my intake.
Into the bottlenecks. Amazing. So, Luis, I know that I'm getting a little bit of a feedback. I don't know which mic it is. So maybe if you guys can mute yourself. Amazing. Luis, I know that you love the whole thing about keeping it human first, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to AI versus human, a lot of people are overusing AI. What is the thing that people still need to remain human in one space of the business?
I still think to maintain who you are. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I create my character, I create it on me. Do you know what I mean? If I'm loud, I'm loud. So I still think that, and have your story as your backstory, because that's not going to change.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? So I feel that, so still be yourself. You know what I mean? And like Carly said, stay in your own lane. I think because you do go off and look at what other people are doing, and then that takes you away from being the human that you are. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you need to stay in your own lane to be who you are, to tell your story. Sure, you can take little bits and pieces, but I think you still need to be able to tell your story, and you're the only one that can tell your story. So
absolutely. So stay true to your story.
Yeah.
Beautiful, basic and powerful. Kenji, so in the content creator industry, what is separating the businesses who are scaling smart with AI versus the businesses that are using AI and just staying busy with many, many tools?
Yeah, I feel that the businesses that are doing really well with content and AI are the ones that are staying true to their brand. And to Luis's point, like your personal brand is like your main thing, but the business also has a brand too, right? And with the business brand, it's got certain tones, it's got certain colors, it's got certain, attitudes, it's got certain way of projecting its voice as well. And to amplify that, we can use AI, right? It's just like you have any idea. And that's why I kind of found that when people say, oh, you're using AI for this image, or you're doing this. And I feel that that's not true. It's like AI is just, again, the tool. It's like the excavator to dig for the gold, right? It's the same thing. So when it comes to businesses that are doing extremely well, just observe how they stay true to their brand. Like, the Super Bowl, for example, there's so many different AI advertisements. If you look at the Pepsi one stayed true to the brand. They also had the 2 polar bears and then the Coldplay reference, right? Same thing. They stay true to the brand. So I feel with anything, as long as you stay 100%, And to Carly's point as well, just stick to your lane. You do extremely well.
That's awesome. And can you, to that example, I know like the next day, the Coca-Cola responded with an AI commercial
Yes.
about it was all a dream, and people were, this is AI, it's not the same. So absolutely people can recognize that quickly. Incredible. Okay, Jane, I'm in the engineering space. So when I studied you, I'm like, I got really geeky about it. So when it comes, I know that you have worked with so many people that precision is super important and mistakes have real consequences in their businesses, right? So when it comes to making decisions, either life or businesses, maybe you can say in the businesses, what are some of the signals that people can really pay attention so before they trust the outcome of AI?
Oh, you're talking about hallucination here. And I guess, as you know, my background, as you say, you know, I was an explosives engineer, so I kind of had to get it right. And so, you know, I come from that structure and the integrity of questioning the information and having the smarts about double checking things. And as Carly said, you know, people are right and dying by one platform, and you can be agnostic in this case. You know, you can go and you can check things. And I think, you know, there's a presumption that AI is actually, you know, has the answer. And there's a lot of people looking at it as the therapist that knows them so intimately without understanding the neuroscience of the human brain, which is actually just a mirror of what AI is, which is just replicating patterns and information that we have. And we're working from a box of information and not going outside of it. It seems like it knows us. And the reality is, when we're looking in this context of, you know, AI for wealth creation, I think, you know, there are so many ways we can define wealth. And 90% of people who are the early adopters, or the people who are using AI right now, there is a propensity and a possibility that they could be tricked by AI or the wrong, you know, information and believing it. And that 90%, you know, they're creating money and wealth through creating AI tools for others, teaching people how to use it, or they're actually, you know, creating things in their own life that they can use. The 9% of people don't see wealth as money, they see wealth as time. You know, the rich see time as the real wealth. And they're creating, you know, like the others spoke about, you know, agents that are collapsing time and allowing them to live their best life and allowing them to do what their genius is. And then there's the 1%ers, and they see wealth as the impact that they can leave. And I think that, you know, as heart-centered leaders, we have that opportunity to see AI and take the information and add our sensibility and our experience and what we want to create in the world, and not take it on face value. So not see it as the answer, which I think a lot of people do, and they then take the information and can be led down a path that is a hallucination and is an illusion and is actually just a replication of, you know, potentially the information they've been fed, but not really the insights and the information and the wealth that they can really create and the impact in the world.
I love that. I think next time ChatGPT comes with something just to make me happy, I'll be like, you are hallucinating. So let's get back to the real facts. Oh, thank you, Jane. Carly, I'm going to actually ask the same question to everybody. So we have been talking about what is your go-to tool. How have you learned AI? I'm going to go to the other opposite about what has been a lesson learned that you can share in your AI journey so then you can expedite ours. I'm going to start with you, Carly.
Great. Gives me lots of time to think. Thanks. Look, I think there's a difference between beginners and smart thinkers. Okay, so I feel like the beginners, which is fine, you're automating your tasks, but the smart thinkers are automating the decisions. And I feel like when it comes to this kind of thing, that we need to be, I feel like we need to be taking our own leadership in our own game. It's still, everyone seems to be following each other. I actually love how AI has, you know, it's brought this whole community. Look where I'm sat with these people now that I know that I would have never known before. And everybody is saying that AI is actually taking away the humans. Well, I've never been around so many humans in my life because of AI. And I love about the heart-centered stuff there. Jane, because that's what it just needs to be about. I think we're all overthinking this far too much. Most of us have got some sort of alphabet in our name, ADHD, I don't know, whatever you're diagnosed with or not diagnosed. But this is like the best thing that's ever happened to us. And I feel like we just run with it how we need to run with it. How I got into it is I scaled my own company before automation and AI was cool. Okay. And I had to do it myself because I bootstrapped that company and I couldn't afford to actually hire anybody. So I had to learn the thing myself. And fast forward, it was the one thing that took most of my time and the one thing that I really enjoyed doing. So now partnering that with operations and scaling businesses to using AI, all it does is it just puts me on steroids. It just amplifies all of my brain, everything that I could possibly think of. And I've got one agent working here on one screen, another 3 agents working here. I'm having a conversation here, and I've got my brain going, and I've got my GPT in my phone, and I can just do so much at one time. So that's why when we implement into businesses, we strip it back and we say, right, okay, the reason why is this is the lesson that I've learned is if you're implementing on top of messy systems, you're going to get messy outcomes. And AI isn't magic. So for anyone that thinks there's a robot out there that's actually magic and you just put it into your business and no one has to deal with it, it's actually wrong. So when you put it in, you've got to then manage it like an employee, like a person. I mean, you know, they're much more productive, but that's what humans are changing. So the lesson learned is, you know, I feel like stop overcomplicating things, use it and embrace it, but also just take it bit by bit and use it to scale. But it doesn't have to be the only thing that you're doing. Take it back to basics. That's what I would suggest.
Beautiful. What about you, Kanji? Your lesson learned?
I would say for myself personally, it's actually not that difficult to get into the space. I feel as though with the resources that we have, the information that we have, the people that are talking about it, information is everywhere, right? It's just on yourself as the person driving the ship to take on that attitude to be like, okay, I actually want to learn. Who around me can I learn from? And I feel like that's the biggest lesson, because when I first jumped into this space, I didn't know what ChatGPT was when it came out. But when I got into the room and I was asked to speak because I had some technology background, I learned it, right? I learned everything about it because I wanted to be in the same room as these people. And it's the same thing with you. Anyone that's watching this, just know that it's actually not that hard to get into, as long as you have the drive, the passion for it, as well as the willingness to be around people that are like yourself. So that's what I would say. That's my lesson learned through this whole journey of being in the space.
I love that. And so don't do it alone. Don't learn it by yourself, right? Use your resources. And then once you have that, then go on steroids, like Carly said. Make sure that you use it to scale. What about you, Luis?
So if I was starting out again, get yourself a coach. I would have to say that, because I think of all the shiny objects out there, that it's so easy to go off track. And I've had a couple of coaches which I bounce off, Carly being one of them. And since I've joined the AI space, and I have gone in with Carly, and I think everyone has just said it here about the community, because before that I was in network marketing and it was very much, I didn't want to help you, that's mine type of thing. But now I feel like we're in a community, we all share everything. Each and everyone on here today, we all exchange something at some stage, you know what I mean? So, and I think having a coach, whether it's Carly or whoever else, is that she already, like she said, she checks everything out. I don't need to check everything out, because I know when I show up to Carly's coaching, she's going to say, Louise, this is what we're going to try. And Carly will tell you, I'll go and implement it. Boom, it's done. I don't have to go and try and struggle with it, because I'm going to go to, though I might not have shown up this week, but if I've had something on, but yeah, generally I would go and implement that, and Carly will tell you that, you know what I mean? That's where it's got me to where I am today, with collaborations and stuff like that have happened since I've started with Carly. So 100% get yourself a coach.
I love it.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree with you anymore. Yes.
Thank you for the shout out. I didn't pay her for that, by the way. That was all natural. Just in case everyone was thinking. Awesome. Just wanted to pop in there.
I love it. Jane, what about you?
Yeah, look, I think the information that I have learned over the last few years is that you can get distracted with the shiny thing. So, I was about to start coaching on Jasper for my community back in, November 23. ChatGPT came out, so I quickly pivoted. The next year I was, teaching hundreds of mortgage brokers how to do custom GPTs marketing systems. Last year in AI Play Days, I was teaching vibe coding to big corporates. And you're jumping ahead. And now I just sit that back and go, well, what do I need? And so I suggest for people to find out what's the problem that you're facing. Last week in Australia, interest rates went up, and I was like, what if I locked in my home loan? What would be the difference in savings? So I created a very quick thing on Base 44, vibe coded into for my mortgage clients. The same week I'm sitting there going, every January I read Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. How could I get a quick summary? I jumped into the free tool Notebook LM and created beautiful infographic, podcast, videos, PowerPoints that I'm teaching to my clients. So, there's two tools where it's like, well, just use simple tools. And I want to leave people with tools that they can go and use straight away and just be able to go, well, what's the problem I'm facing? Maybe other people have, and not try to get distracted by all the information, because you will get exhausted. I've been there, I've tried that, I've done that. Don't try to keep up with everyone else. Find out what your problem is, find a way that you can actually deliver a solution, and then offer it. Build it in real time and show people what you're doing.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And I believe our own Michael Silvers is joining. Hey, Michael.
It's a great day, and thank you all for being on here. What's great about this, and for those of you, most of you know me, but those of you who don't, I'm vice president of Los Angeles Tribune. We own 22 other brands, and part of that's been, it was a year ago getting taken to Japan, and I spoke at the largest AI conference there, and they said, what are you going to speak on? I said, I don't know. So you put me on stage, you never know. And it was really about media and AI, but it was more about just relax, calm down, take a breath. It's here, and learn what you need to learn today. You don't need to know it all. And part of what I realized, part of this conversation is it is here, and it's here to stay. Everybody, you should hear the neighborhood conversations, because Microsoft is right there, literally 10 minutes from, and all my friends are on the AI teams. To Elon just put his whole team for XAI that he just bought. They're right down there in Bellevue, right next, isn't it funny, right next to OpenAI. See how this game goes? They start, and Google's then next door to them over there. Everybody's positioning up here. It's pretty funny near Seattle. But the biggest thing, and you talked about the Super Bowl. Thank you so much, Kenji, because big Seahawks, that's we were dying over that one. We had over 1 million people come out for the parade. But the greatest thing is that it's here to stay. It's a time to take the breath, relax, see how it works around you. It's not the be all or end all. It's not there yet. Yes, Tesla's just moved 2 of their divisions just to build robots. So we'll all have fun when that all happens. Yes, my nephew is at MIT, he's a PhD, and he's on the robotics team and now at Google. Yes, there's a lot going on. It's moving fast, but that doesn't mean life has to change instantly. That doesn't mean that we have to change everything we're doing. We throw it all out. Surround yourself with the right people, which is what you're all doing by listening to this. Listen to this panel. Nobody here is going, oh my God, doom and gloom, here it goes.
True.
Just surround yourself with the right people. Make sure that you can learn a little bit, or get the people around you who learn. I delegate all the time. It's all about delegation. There's no way we do 22 brands without delegation. We just picked up the New York Globe. It's all about delegation, and get the ones who know what they're doing, like this panel. Get to know them and learn more from them, and see then what it is for you in your business, in your life. Your grandkids are I have grandkids. They know more than I do. They just like, yeah, I do this. It's part of how they live now. And this has just been a brilliant panel. Jenny, you're amazing like usual. I'm going to have Jeff and the team back me back down, but I wanted to come up just to say, this is a great panel, and I want the audience to know it, to listen to it, to take that breath. We'll get to know you further on, as we have so many calls coming up in virtual events and live events, and we're going to have our big Singapore show, and we just have too much fun doing this. And thank you all for being on. Jenny, you're always amazing. That Zumba event, that was amazing. Worldwide Zumba, it was just amazing. And thank you all. And I'm sure I'll talk to you all very soon.
Awesome.
All right, everybody.
Thanks.
Back
Thank you,
me down.
Michael. It's like the best cheerleader there. And he didn't show his cheerleading moves. I saw them in Zumba. So, hey, just to wrap it up, I have a quick this or that question for each of you, okay? I'm going to start with you, Carly. Automation everywhere versus automation with intention.
Just be intentive. If that is, but even is a word, I don't know, but just do one thing and just do it right. Stop doing a billion things and doing it half-heartedly. Just choose one. Be passionate, like everybody has been on this talk today. Intention and reach out to everybody because we're also super friendly. So
I love it. Jane, what about you? AI to save time or AI to reduce risk?
Ooh, save time, because once you can save time, you can spend more time on looking at the risks, assessing the risks, understanding the consequences and the likelihood, and mitigating them.
Nice. Love it. Luis, are you ready? I think you're muted just in case. So simpler systems or smarter tools?
What was it? Sorry?
Simpler systems or smarter tools?
Oh, I say the systems because I think if you have your systems in place, it doesn't matter what tools you have. So I say that. And just one more thing I think everyone should know is be teachable, because if you're in a circle with the right type of people, you can learn. So I think you need to be teachable. Just, don't have the attitude that you know everything, because we don't. But I think just be teachable. Yeah. So,
I love it.
I think
Thank
systems,
you.
because then, the tools just flow.
Love it. Kanji, one last question for you. One strong system or many flexible experiments?
When you say flexible experiences,
Experiments.
I would say one strong system, because you can sell that one strong system, and then that also can become flexible experiences later.
Amazing. Well, everybody who is watching, I learned so much from this incredible panel. Make sure that you follow, connect with Jane and Candy and Carly and Luis. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your experiences, your wisdom, your insight. And we are going to continue with this AI Summit after the next commercial.
Got to bring myself back up here and unmute myself. Carly, that was an amazing conversation. Thank you very much for contributing to that panel with Jenny and Michael and the rest of the team. I did see a comment there in the private chat. I think it might be time for a Carly robot. Carly, I love your energy and everything that you show up here online. I've been following you for quite some time now on social media, and I love these summits on how we can connect. And you're muted at the moment, so I just get you to unmute yourself. But I love seeing you, on your stages, and you play up there in that space, but teaching people how to leverage AI. I think it's time just to give a bit of a space here to get people to share your story and ground with our audience, like who you are and what you're all about. So if you can share your story with us, that'd be great. And you're still muted there, Carly. Carly, are you still with us? Hello? Can't unmute herself. All right, Jenny, I'm going to bring you back up to the stage here while Carly talks about her tech stuff there. That's the beauty of doing this together as a team. I can't unmute her. Carly, if you can let us know. Sorry, Jenny?
No, that I'm glad that hopefully we can bring her back, because I love her energy as well. And she had many, many insights. So I can continue to learn from her as well. I think she was probably with the mute. I don't think she could unmute herself.
Yeah. So anyway, the show must go on. All right, so here she goes. She's added herself back to the stage. It looks like we've got two people here now.
Oh, you got her real.
All right. Cool. Well, thank you, Jenny, for that.
I'm so sorry about that.
No, that's all right. There's tech for you, right? So it's the
I
world that
love a
we
good
live in.
tech problem. Everyone says, Carly, don't do things live. It will go wrong. And I said, I actually like it when it goes wrong because guess what? That's what it's about, being humans.
Right now, I'm having a tech issue. So it must be the gremlins here. So I'm just going to swap my camera around here for a second and reset my camera for 2 seconds. There we go. Now I've got my head cut off. Look out. There we go. That'll reset that issue. All right. The show must go on. We're good. Tech gremlins all done.
Okay.
So, Carly, what I was asking our audience is for you to get space for you to get to connect with our audience. I'd love to share your story in the next sort of couple of minutes here on how you got to where you are.
Say that again, because it's like I've got reverb or something happening.
Yeah, now we've got a major echo going. So let me just see if I can play around here with the settings. Guys, this is how you improvise. All right, so can you hear me now?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay,
All
right.
right.
Right. Ask me the question
Right.
again. Let's go.
Here we go. There you go. That's how professionals do it. We pivot and adjust, and we keep our cool under composure, and
We
let's
keep
go.
our cool. Yeah.
So I wanted to give you space to be able to share your story, to be able to connect with our audience and to learn a bit more about you.
So, I love humans. That is literally where I'm going to start. I've been 16, 17 years in the automotive industry. And that's where I think my love and passion for talking to people and communication and all that kind of thing started. I was running dealerships, doing all the things. And about 10 years ago, I packed my suitcases and moved over to Australia. As you can tell, I've got an English accent. Trying to put on my best Australian accent for you, Jeff, but it's not going so well, is it?
Just be authentic to you.
I know, and all I came was, I came with no friends, no thing, and just a bag full of suitcases with a few bikinis in, and I carried on my journey, and from that experience, I then created a claims company called Get My Refund, and we actually claimed back millions of dollars for Australian consumers that were ripped off from the bank and the insurers in Australia.
Wow.
And from that experience, I obviously built Ethical Ed Solutions because of the tech that we had to build and the scalability and all those kind of things. But, justice and doing the right thing and making sure humans are having smiles on their faces, whether it's B2C, B2B, being involved, on all different levels of how that works. And AI has just enabled me not to only meet so many more amazing humans, which is just like kick, but it enables me to be so much more productive. And my brain, probably the same as you, Jeff, is constantly going, right? I've always got things that I want to do, things that I want to achieve, goals that I want to set and, blow out the water. And I just feel like with this AI now, it enables me to not only empower the people that work with me, that work for me, obviously now the businesses that we help and that we instill all the things in there as well, but just myself. It enables me to get things done. It's great. So that's kind of me in a nutshell.
I love that. Let's get things done. And I think actually when I talk to all of the AI educators and thought leaders and influencers in this space, one of the things I can see as a common thread is it seems like and I think it's an entrepreneurial thing too. I don't think it's just an AI thing. I think we've all got a little bit of ADHD, right? And, AI can sort of help us to get things done, as you said, and process things a lot quicker. That's definitely been, true to my story. I like to say AI saved my marriage. I don't have to go back to my wife and get her to proofread things because I'm dyslexic and my grammar's atrocious. But, it's AI's unlocked that space for me. So how has AI unlocked your genius zone to help you to be amplified, to be able to play a bigger game?
Such a big question. I love the email. I'm just going to touch on the email thing. I had a wonderful woman that used to work with me in my last business, and she used to say, we've had another complaint again from one of your emails. It didn't have a comma in it, or it said like your without like the comma at the thing, in the middle. And she said, will you just let me write the emails? I'm like, no, I really, if I do it, then you can tweak it, right? And it was so funny because naturally, every time, I think when ChatGPT first came out, we were all like, obviously me, was like, oh my God, like, this thing can write my emails and actually it can make me look like I can spell. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, right.
And, like I'm totally up for that. And I remember doing it because I was like testing it before anyone else and giving it to this same lady. She's like, what have you done? Like, I really, you spelled everything right, and everything is, and I said, it's you know, it's a tool that I found, and I like, I think we can use this for a lot of things, you know.
Mm.
And I honestly think that is the pinnacle between, okay, basically ChatGPT, LLM, anything
Mm.
like that is a platform where you ask a question and you get an answer. Okay.
Yeah.
And that is probably, I would say, and I can't say a percentage because Mackenzie hasn't come out with it yet, but that's probably what most people are doing. Okay. Now
Yeah,
the
guilty. Yeah.
operators and the big, you know, and this is what I'm doing agentically, right? You pop in a goal and you look at a plan, and then it acts as a tool, and then
Mm.
you know, and then you're giving it an operation, and then it has an escalation process, you
Mm.
know, and then it makes a decision, and then the goal is achieved. And
Mm.
that's how agentically agents, that kind of thing, that is how it's amplifying me, because I'm able to create huge things. I've created 3 businesses in 12 months, and I have now got a solution side where we help big organizations streamline complex systems. And it's not just about AI. AI is a tool,
Yeah.
it's a brain, but it's about the automation and the processes that go with it, and streamlining all of those so things are able to be analyzed, they're able to be understood, and you can report on that. Also, it gives employees safety. You know, so we are our strap line. You're gonna love this, Jeff. So we don't replace humans. We put humans in their best places. Do you like
I
that?
love that. Ooh, I like
Yeah.
that. It's about putting the right seat in the right bus at the right time conversation. I do like that a lot.
Well,
That's
I
definitely
come from the motor trade. So, you know, we were always like, you know, you have to put the right person in the right car to drive the
Mm.
fastest. You know, that's what we always do, you know, pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is basically the thing that we can do. So when I go into businesses, and this is how it's grown me. So from my experience in growing businesses, when I sit down with a company, I'm like, bring your employees in. Right, bring the managers in, please. Let's have
Mm.
this whole discussion about what they're doing in their actual day. Because I tell you what, and we'll call her Sally, right, the owner of the company. Sally has no idea what Karen's doing in admin. Okay, because
Mm.
Karen's really good at it, so she doesn't need to. But what we can do
Mm.
is, if we bring them in, we can then ask them questions and say, what do you not like doing? What are your
Yeah.
bottlenecks? What would you
It's
prefer to be doing?
right. It's an empowering and equipping. Essentially, it's a
I love it.
leadership company. And
Yeah.
you know, leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. But we've got to set our people up for success. Now, you said something very important. I want to come back to that. You know, about the speed to implementation and the experimentation phase now too. And I think that's been definitely
Yes.
a through line through this whole summit. And I
Yeah.
hope people are picking up the golden drops that have been dropped here, because there are a lot of nuggets throughout here. And the big thing that I'm picking up here too is the cost of failure is now becoming minimized. You know, what I mean by that is, you know, 10 years ago, to go and start 3 businesses, you would
Yeah.
probably need to go and invest, let's say, $100,000, right? Would probably be a reasonable ballpark figure, and maybe even $50,000. And
Yep.
so you were taking a bet, you know, on that space to be able to go and essentially, you know, do that. I don't know if you'd start 3, you probably only start 1. But now, because of the tools that we have, and the processes that we have, and the access to we have, the power we have, we can now minimize that cost, and we can go be a lot more creative and a lot more experimentative. Is that what you're seeing in your world? And I'd love to unlock your thoughts on that space.
Oh, there's lots of experimenting going on, and anybody that is saying they're an expert is, you know, it's completely wrong. We're only doing it to get likes on Facebook, okay? Because nobody is an expert. Everybody is kind of experimenting. What you don't experiment with is the process behind the system, and if you get the system and the process right, then it's not really an experiment. But the you know, and this is what you were actually talking about with Josh. You know, we are able to give people opportunities that they actually never had previously. You know, and like my last business, you know, bit of a unicorn, but still, you know, it took me a good 2 years to be able to get to where, you know, and some businesses take 10 years. Now,
Right.
if we're doing it right and we're using the tools that we, you know, that we have available to us, we're able to propel ourselves so much faster. Although, okay, there is still an element of there's grit. So, you know, for someone to be successful, I think that people, and I want to just highlight this and talk about this because I feel like.
Are you still there? I think we've lost
Can
Carly.
you see me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Where'd your camera go? We're having some tech
Right
issues.
here.
Not sure. All right, now we've lost Carly altogether. Jenny, are you still there, or am I going to be able to just? I'm going to have to. Yep, here we go. So Jenny's to the rescue.
Here, Jeff, I'm your best cheerleader here.
You are. You're an amazing cheerleader. All right, looks like Carly's just come back up here. Actually, Jenny, stay with me here just for this next section here, and let's bring Carly back to the. All right, Carly, it looks like you're back. Sorry, you're talking about the space.
The Gremlins want to take me today, and I will not have it. Okay, Mr.
No, we're
Technology.
determined.
Yeah.
We're determined to conquer
Mr.
these
Gremlin, you can just walk away now. Thank you very much. So I want to highlight about the success and watching people online, because I actually sometimes don't think it's the tools that are overwhelming. Can I just say, I actually think it's the discussion around what the tools are doing for people and how it's making them so successful. Okay, really quickly. We don't care about the tool, essentially. We just want to have the success. We just want to have the money. We just want to spend time with our 3-year-old, as I have one. You know, we really care about the tool? No, we care that, you know, someone on Facebook said, oh my God, I use this thing called OpenClaw, Clawbot, MoldBot something, right, whatever it's called nowadays. Now I'm like at the Super Bowl with this domain, I've made $1 billion. They don't care about the tool, okay? Success is also about being committed to your goal. Okay, it doesn't matter whether you use AI. I'm going deep here, but I'm passionate about this because there is a value that you must have in business to be successful, and it's do what you said you're going to do. And whether that is for yourself, for someone that you spoke to, for anything, right? Just get it done. And whether it's AI that's amplifying you, whether it's, you know, just committing to what you were going to do, that's how you'll be successful. And these tools are going to amplify you. Like I promise, it's happened to me. You just have to just be committed to one journey. So, you know, I know we've spoken about the shiny objects. It's not about that. We all want to be successful, and you all can be successful, but you have to commit on your journey. And what is the goal? So for 2026, everybody watching, ask GPT, ask your LLM, what are your goals strategically for this next year? And then get it to give you some tasks. And this is basic shit, right? But get it to give you some tasks. What am I going to do for the next 90 days? And then get it to say, okay, great. Now what tool could I use? And don't use any other tools, right? I mean, ChatGPT might be biased and say me because I'm so great and everyone uses OpenAI. But there are other ones out there, guys. So I think at the moment, and I know that we've probably got to move on to another question, but you know, McKinsey's report for 2025, there are failures that everyone talked about and the negativity of the reports they came out with. Okay, well, actually, AI projects aren't failing. It's the leaders behind them that are either failing with the process or failing to keep them up. It's not the AIs that's failing. AI is doing pretty amazing. And I think at the end of 2025, it was 171% increase in ROI for people that are actually using agents. And I think it was like 40 to 60% reduction in time for people that were using AI right. So people are being able to work 2 to 3 times faster.
Okay.
Down there because of AI. I hope I got that across before my gremlins came back.
No, the gremlins are back.
Gremlins
back. Carly, we're going to probably just wrap it up here, and you know, Jenny and I will just talk about some amazing insights that you've just shared there. But Carly, thank you very much for persevering with us and getting past these tech rounds. I appreciate you. Well done.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
Get this going.
Thank you, Carly.
Jenny, I think Carly just dropped a lot of amazing insights there. What were some of the things that you just picked up?
I mean, just how she was wrapping it up. That whole FOMO is a real thing, because especially now that people are listening to learn in YouTube and all these different platforms, the newest and the greatest, everybody will tell you, you cannot miss out of this tool or this tool or this tool. So the whole thing about being focused about, hey, where I need the tool for, and let's just focus on that. That's it. So I think that's a real thing. What about you?
Yeah. Very powerful. I just love the reality check of this whole conversation. and the basically the experimentation phase of it all. I believe that we're still only in the infancy of all this whole conversation. It's only been around since like mainstream for 2023, but yes, it has been around for decades before. I totally get that conversation, but mainstream, where we're just seeing the potential, and I believe we're only like at 5% of it, what could be possibly happening here. And so I'm one of these geeks that are really, really excited for the future of this conversation. I actually think the future is very, very bright for this space.
Yes.
And I see so many people, and I see countries like Africa and India and the places in Asia and all that starting to really unlock, essentially what Josh was talking about. Giving them the tools to be able to live an abundant lifestyle.
Abundance, yes.
And, that's been always my heart. And I know that's why I love work with Michael and yourself, really, because that's what we're all about, right? We're all about creating impact for the world to essentially heal the world. And I do believe we will go for a transitional point in that space, but, and it will be painful, but I do believe that we have a responsibility. We have a duty, if you will, to help people to navigate this space, hence the reason for this whole summit.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving how this whole conversation is turning in this summit. Like I'm so hyped up, I'm empowered. Because sometimes you get into conversations of the naysayers about, oh, the world is ending, this is the end, and we're not gonna have jobs, nobody. And no, I mean, it's like the conversation we had about abundance. Let this be a reminder of who we are. We are creators from our creator.
Amen.
This is just going to help us continue to live what we're supposed to be living in abundance.
Yeah, amen. Well, thank you very much, guys. We've still got 2 more interviews lined up, so don't go. We're going to go to commercial. And if you're just tuning in and you haven't registered already, make sure that you register on the QR code that's going to come up on this commercial here for you, so you can stay in touch with our community, because this is just one of I think this is like our 3rd or 4th event for this year already, Jenny.
Already,
and we've Michael and I and yourself are lined up another 12 for the end of the year. And so we're just getting started. And between the Los Angeles Tribune and the Hero Makers and everything, what we're doing here together as a community, we're going to bring so much abundance to you with these events. And you've got to be registered to stay in touch with us. So, Jenny, thank you very much. But we're going to go to commercial, and then we're going to bring up my friend Peter.
All right.
Where tech is going. He's been at the forefront of every major wave for the last 30 years. From the birth of the internet to today, to the rise of your AI, he's helped leaders turn disruption into dominance. He's a bestseller author, a keynote speaker, and the CEO of Peter Swain, Inc. Welcome to the stage, Peter Swain, training thousands of future-proof people around the world for their businesses in what he calls the agentic age. Peter, welcome to the AI Wealth Summit, mate.
Thank you so much. And from disruption to dominance, I'm going to use that one.
Well, a bit of AI right there, right? So, mate, I always like to start with these interviews to give people the opportunity to connect with our audience and all of that sort of thing, to just share a short snippet of their story, where they started, where they are now, and how they got there. If you could just, share a little bit of a short story around your life in the next sort of 5 minutes, and then we'll get into the interview.
For sure. Thank you. So again, thank you for everybody listening and sticking with us. It's been a great day so far. Let's see if we can keep this energetic, fun, and hopefully insightful as well. So I started coding when I was 6. I saw my first application at 12. I got invited to apply to Oxford University a year ahead of time, which I turned down. Instead, I quit college and quit school. So I'm a high school dropout. So, you probably shouldn't listen to what I say. But instead I went and built Yale.co.uk. I was one of the development team for Yale.co.uk, which was the UK version of Yelp. It was the 32nd ever listing on Yahoo.
Yeah, wow.
So like right back on the early days. And then we worked with Sony, Colgate, Amdal Ford, the Euros, the Olympics, you name it. And we worked with it. And one of the things that people forget is when we were building yale.co.uk, we didn't have Google. So there was no way to ask how to do these things. You had to figure everything out on your own. So I was in the web through to the mid 2000s. Then I bought an iPhone in duty free and customs and launched one of the first mobile agencies in Europe and got retained by Apple, Microsoft, and Google on different projects at the same time. One of the greatest honors of my life was to be retained by Steve Jobs to help Apple with app strategy, which is a really cool thing to do. And I've been in that space all the way through until ChatGPT released its beta in January 23. I downloaded it just out of interest and kind of went, oh, this is different.
Game's going to change.
Everything changes, and it makes the web change, and it makes the mobile change look like a drop in the puddle, because this is the first technology ever that's remit is not to help you be better, cheaper, quicker, faster. This is the first technology literally that we have ever invented. The closest you get is the spinning jenny. That's about the closest you get. And its job is to replace you.
Yeah. I actually think that, when I look back at the revolution of technology, I like to say that AI is actually probably has more of an impact on the world, or it will do, than the actual wheel does. I think the wheel is probably the closest thing.
Bill Gates said he would put fire first, and then the wheel, and then AI second, and then the wheel third. In terms of the transformative impact.
And it's pretty profound with the impact that we are seeing, right? And that's hence the whole summit is called the AI Wealth Summit, because let's face it, the world is being disrupted by AI. You see news headlines after news headlines where big companies are letting go, reasonable sized teams, and the job network is being decimated because of AI. But I feel like it's not the doom and gloom that everybody's leaning into. I believe that we'll go through a transition period for sure, but we're heading into a renaissance era, and we've seen it in revolutions before. You've only got to look past through history. When technology has disrupted the world, wealth does transition, wealth does change hands. So how do you see this playing out in your ecosphere right now?
Yeah, it's fascinating. And the truth is, nobody can predict this. So we can have our hope and our intention, because we've always been, for 100,000 years, we've been the smartest thing on the planet, and we are no longer the smartest thing on the planet. So one of my job titles is a futurist, and a futurist job is to look back in patterns in history and then make predictions about the future. None of these patterns apply, but you're absolutely right. If you look at, say, the Industrial Revolution, like, we're all happy about the Industrial Revolution. We're on Zoom and we're wearing clothes and we've got all this wonderful stuff.
We're reaping the benefits of it.
But you didn't want to live through it. The leading cause of death was smog inhalation. 500,000 children were dying every year in factories. Like, it was a bad period of humanity. But it gave rise to a new renaissance of capability. It also gave rise to unionization, which for a very long period of time was a very useful thing. Nowadays, I would argue, in my opinion, probably not so useful, but for a very long period of time, it was needed because governments hadn't yet caught up with the change in technology. So what we're seeing right now, and I'm going to answer your question more specifically in a second because it's the best question, is the first order consequence of AI is fantastic. I get to do more, I get to achieve more, I get to have more, I get to, etc. It's the second and third order consequences, the job market, where what was scarce becomes abundant, becomes quite horrifying. Now, what I would say as well is the word change and the word opportunity are the same thing. For if there's entrepreneurs in the audience, you can't make money if things aren't changing. Right? Try being a roofer in the Midwest of America versus in Florida. A hurricane rolls in, everyone needs a new roof. Like, change and opportunity are the same thing. So an entrepreneur, when presented with change, is allowed to be terrified just like everybody else, but their job becomes, well, where's the opportunity in this for me to create and for me to bring more value and me to bring more to the world? People in the employee side of the equation I think, are very quickly going to find themselves in the reluctant entrepreneur side of the equation. So I'm not sure the AI training is the core piece of this, more actually the entrepreneurial training is the core piece of this.
Yeah.
Because you can, if you can imagine it, you can build it, you can do it, you can have it. Like, you want to create a movie right now, you know, Hey Jen and Sora and you can create a 90-minute feature.
I created a 3-minute music video for my podcast using characters, you know, the kangaroo and the platypus and all that sort of thing. Did it in about 5 hours, you know, and you know, 10 years ago to do something like that would have been near impossible.
Well,
so
it would have actually, honestly, it would be impossible because the price point of it would have made you wouldn't have even bothered trying.
Yeah. So I love the point that you make there, that it's not necessarily like, AI is disrupting the world, but you said that a reluctant entrepreneur. I believe that us as pioneers and leaders in this industry, you know, early adopters, if you will, we have a responsibility to help to bring in awareness, educate, and support people into this new era. And what you've just mentioned there with, you know, the reluctant entrepreneurs, I think that's very pivotal and a really important conversation, because there are people that are going to be forced into this space to look at ways to create money online, whether they like it or not. I look back at my journey. I started back in 2009, so just at the inception of social media, but I started out of necessity. You know, I had a horse jump on my neck, and the doctors pretty much wrote me off and put me on a disability pension. It's like, well, what am I going to do to provide for the family? So I turned to the world of make money online. And I believe that conversation is going to become more and more of a common story.
100%.
So, well, I'll ask the question. I see this way as we have a leadership responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see as a way to help support, you know, the community moving forward to embrace this space and not be scared of this space?
Well, so, I mean, my response at the time when I downloaded the ChatGPT beta, I was running a fund and I was very well remunerated for it. I quit and gave back my equity in order to create the mastermind. So we've been training entrepreneurs for 3 years now, trying to stay ahead of things, trying to make it make sense to them, tell them what's right and what's wrong and what's hype and what's not. My answer is, it's going to be a kind of weird answer, I think, and probably not the answer you're expecting. But my first answer is to call out the bandwagon freeloaders in the space.
Yeah,
like there's so many marketeers and like Instagram. This is nothing against marketeers and it's nothing against Instagram, but there's so many N8N shills. Like I've created this, like my favorite one. I've created this massive N8N that flips things on Facebook Market, buys it and sells it straight away, and it makes $3 million a day.
Hype. Yeah.
Like, well, why are you selling it then? If it creates $3 million a day, why are you running a paid ad to a $97 course to teach somebody to do this? Because if it makes $3 million, you don't need to do it. So some of the truths of life still are true. One of those being, if it's too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. Like, so you're seeing this wave of people. So my ask of people that are stepping into this space is look at the credentials of the people that are actually talking to you and talking about this.
Yeah.
Because I've done this for 3 years. I've seen so many people, and it's like, oh, I'm guessing that last year you were running some kind of crypto thing. Maybe you were running a Forex thing. Yeah. You know, so that bandwagon is dead. And now you're on this bandwagon. And again, that's nothing against crypto and it's nothing against Forex. It's those people that jump from the new to the new to the new, and understanding the difference between prompt and context, understanding the difference between how Gemini versus Claude versus ChatGPT works. One of the most dangerous things about AI is it's a sycophant. It will just give you a great answer no matter what.
Biased, for sure.
So if you don't know how to have the conversation in the right way, you could actually end up doing more harm than good to what you're trying to do. So there's still a discernment that's required from you picking the thing up as to whether you should pay attention, ignore it, and listen it. And if it costs $97 and promises you $3 million, newsflash, you should ignore
it. I think that's a valuable conversation, right? Because we're going to have a lot of people, especially come into this space, like deer in the headlights. Like I remember back when I first started, right? You know, I fell for a few false promises and all that sort of thing, learned the lessons the hard way. So you know, what can we do to help shorten that learning curve a little bit? I think everybody sometimes has to go through an experience to fail forward through it, and that there's lessons, and then needs to be embraced on the other side of that conversation. Like we can't wrap people up in cotton wool. But I think as leaders, we do have a responsibility to help educate the masses, to help them to give them some signals to help them to increase their discernment.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think that could be something, you know, people could look out for to be able to, you know, help them to shorten that learning curve a little bit?
Yeah, I think my own rule of thumb, which works quite well, is AI can change the unit of time by 1 and not by 2. So what I mean by that is if something used to take you weeks, with AI, it can now take days. If it used to take days, it can now take hours. And if you used to take hours, it can now take minutes. But if you're doing something that used to take weeks and it's now taking you minutes, I promise you the output isn't valid, because it's not good enough to do that yet. It's good enough to do weeks to days or days to hours, but it is not good enough to do weeks to hours.
Yeah.
And what I mean, like, take that example of like a business plan. You could open up Claude or whatever you want and dictate and say, I need a comprehensive business plan to take the bank based on this, da-da-da-da-da. Don't ask me any questions. I want to show a $3 million revenue by the end of year 3 with a consistent growth. Go. And 8 seconds later, you're going to have a 30-page business plan that will be absolutely useless, completely baked in fiction, serve you no purpose at all, and get the bank manager throwing you out before he's even offered you a coffee.
Yeah.
So you can't go from what would be weeks writing a comprehensive business plan to hours or minutes, but you certainly can get it from weeks to days. So if you're finding yourself in a program or listening to somebody that's telling you, this used to take me 72 hours and now it takes me 8 seconds, they're lying. They're lying, or they're obfuscating the truth.
Yeah. Interesting. So, you know, as I said, the whole conversation is around basically helping people to navigate this AI revolution. So, you know, knowing, you know, what you've gone through over the last 30 years and been pioneering certain aspects of the internet revolution, what are some of the things that you would teach people, you know, if you had to go back through and start all again, what would you teach yourself?
Yeah. So I think that the 2 things that I consistently talk about from stages in this area is, number 1, have you heard the phrase survival of the fittest or survival of the strongest?
Yes, sir.
He never said that. What he said was, it is neither the fittest nor the strongest that will survive. It is the most adaptable that will survive.
Interesting.
And it is misquoted consistently by almost everybody, which is sorry to set you up a bit, but the phrase is the survival of the most adaptable. The most adaptable species will survive. And I offer that as my first principle for everyone of, if the ground is changing underneath you, your number 1 response has to be, how can I adapt? So again, as an employer, it's contractors, not staff. It's short-term leases, not long-term leases. It's VoIP system, not PTS systems. It's Google Drive, not network servers. It's, how do I make it so that no matter what changes in my world, I am free and flexible to move with whatever needs to happen?
Yeah.
That's number 1. Number 2, business plans are pretty much worthless, because if you're doing it, apart from if you want to get money from a bank, because the ground is going to change so quickly that the plan becomes ridiculous. A North Star, like, this is the thing I'm trying to do, is critical, but planning in advance next to that, it really not worth very much. And then the third thing I would say is, this is the largest, greatest, quickest opportunity to make money. And one of the ways to do that is realize that now rolling the dice costs next to 0. So let's take your example. You created that music video in 5 minutes. You could use lovable.dev to create the landing page. You could set up a Stripe account, and you could get it to write the first bare bones of the post and the social media outreach. Within a day, you could have an agency up and running that does 3 to 5 minute videos for people specifically for podcasts. Then you could use something like Claude Cowork to reach out to all the podcasts, show them the work, and give them a payment link. And if it didn't work, it doesn't matter, because you've rolled the dice, you've spent a day of your life, you spent $300, $200 of tokens on various different systems. And that's what I'd recommend to people of, don't sit in the space. And this was always true, but it's now really true. Don't sit in the space of trying to perfect something.
Yeah.
Sit in the space of get it out there in the world, because you can, if you can
progress over perfection, right?
Yeah, but it's so much less now. Like before, it used to be a $10,000 bet. Now it's a $10 bet. So if you were to launch a new idea every day for 90 days at $10, I'm almost willing to bet 500,000 one of them is going to work to some degree.
I love that.
So just try it. Just be free. Just like, okay, what is the weird thing that you think the world needs that no one else has worked out yet? Apparently it's, kangaroos in podcast videos. Fantastic. Let's do that. Let's go.
I work with a lot of affiliate and network marketers, teaching them how to build a personal brand and leveraging that side of the conversation. And one of the things I teach is to fail forward fast, right? To learn how to walk, we had to learn how to not fall over. To learn how to ride a horse, you had to learn how to stay on, that type of conversation. So this is very, very similar in a way, but, I love the Wright brothers story, the Thomas Edison story, those stories of, moving towards experimentation and not looking at it as failure, but looking at it as feedback.
100%. And separate your being and your doing in that process. Because so many people do something and it goes wrong, and they internalize that around themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
It's their identity. No, what you did probably sucked, but that doesn't mean that you as a human suck. It means what you did sucked. And having that separation to go, oh, that was a terrible idea. Like about 50 times a month, I go, oh, that was a really bad idea. Okay.
You had to go, right?
Yeah, let's have another one. And each one of those teaches you don't learn anything when you succeed. Success just validates the failings and the learnings from the failures.
Yeah, no, I love that. Look, we've probably got a couple of minutes left before we wrap up this interview, but there's already been so much gold in it. What would be some final words of wisdom that you'd like to leave us with?
It's okay to be terrified. If you're not terrified, you haven't been paying attention. And this is the opportunity for you to create an insane amount of wealth that you can use to not just hopefully better yourself, but better yourself, your family, your community, and pull people along that quite honestly are going to need help in the next few years. So yes, be terrified, but put it back in the box and put a bow on it and get out there and do something.
I love that. Well, guys, we're going to head to commercial, but after this interview, we're actually going to tie it in quite nicely. We've got Blair Fienda coming on. So Peter's just given us a business model. Now we're going to talk about how to leverage social media and AI to help you to market a business model. So Peter, thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate your wisdom and sharing your insights here with us today. Thank you.
I'm going to drop back in the audience so I can watch Blair. Thank you so much.
Too easy. All right, guys, we'll see you at the end of this commercial. I'm so excited to have here Blair as one of our guests. And many of you may have known her from her big platform in TikTok, Blair's Brainiacs, which I think is a terrific name, terrific platform, terrific message. And honestly, she has over 300K followers. She has millions and millions of engagements. And when I learned about her channel, I started to study it. I'm actually applying some of the things that I'm seeing from you. And I cannot wait to unpack some of that social media insights that you have for everybody here to learn. Welcome, Blair, to the summit.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenny, for having me. And hello to everybody watching. Super excited to be with you all today.
Awesome. Blair, all the way from the UK. From those that they have not had the pleasure of getting to know you yet, can you tell us a little bit about your journey, how you got into your platform right now?
Yeah, definitely. So I started way back at kind of 14, 15, to be honest. As sad as it sounds, I used to play a little bit of a game with myself where I would take and create a new Instagram account or a new TikTok account, and I would see how quickly I could grow it to as many followers or as much engagement as possible. So I was just in my room, little teenage me, posting away online, because for me, the behavioral psychology behind all of it was super, super interesting and was something that really sparked a lot of curiosity in me. And so from my first account, I think I managed to grow it to 170,000 views in give or take 72 hours, which was kind of mind-blowing for a 14-year-old. I progressed to creating my own channels where I was having face-filled content, so I would show myself on screen, and I would share educational content for kids. So whether it was GCSE or A-level, which is kind of the exams you do at 15, 16, 17, 18, I would share my study tips because I have ADHD myself and dyslexia. So understanding a lot of those strategies that I had to kind of implement myself in the education process, I share all of those online. And obviously my platform took off in an incredible way. I've been super blessed with a lot of opportunities like being featured on BBC News. And from there, I've got to work with a lot of different companies, some quite big names, to be honest. So Google, Sony, LG, and I've been using kind of my own content strategy to advise them while also creating content for them. So it's been a completely mind-blowing journey, but super, super cool.
That's incredible. Like I'm thinking my kids are the age that you were when you started this journey. And I don't think that will be, oh, I'm curious about the behavior, behind how people think and engage in social media. So I applaud you for that. Do you remember when was the exact moment that you said, wait a second, I think I have something here that I can turn it into a business and something bigger?
Yeah. Definitely. I think it was that first Instagram account that I was talking about. To be honest, it was a Stranger Things fan account that I was creating. But just seeing the way in which you can grow an account so quickly and the way that a different hook that you might put at the beginning of a video or the different call to action that you can put can really influence the way in which people engage with your content. And I think in that moment when I had 170,000 views on that first post, I was like, oh, blimey, there is stuff to be done here in this field.
Yeah, that's incredible. So I heard you talking about Instagram, and then you are now focusing majorly in TikTok, although you're going a little bit back and forward. I've heard, when I ask these questions to different people in social media, they give me the two opposites. You have to be everywhere, or no, you have to focus where your ideal clients are, and that's the only thing you can focus. What is your view in terms of when somebody says, okay, how do I select the platform or platforms to focus on for my business?
Great question, Jenny. Fantastic question. I think it really depends on the business that you're working with. So the first thing you need to kind of work out and identify is where does your target audience sit? So for me, with reaching kind of GCSE and A-level kids, 14 to 18, that's Gen Z, at which point I need to think, okay, what platforms did Gen Z live on? So that's, for them, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat. If I start posting Gen Z content on Facebook, it's not going to be received in the same kind of way. So when you're working with your own business and trying to work out your social media strategy, understanding where your target audience resides, that's the first thing you need to be doing.
I love that. I have a question for you. So you mentioned a lot of the growth happened during pandemic. And I think I see a lot of people who say, oh, that was the time to grow an account. It's too late now. I lost my moment. How would you say for the people who are just starting right now, is there faith in growth just like you had it back in the pandemic time?
I think the pandemic time was definitely a different kind of social media. I say that every year social media looks completely different, whether it's the case of the trends or the hashtags or the way the algorithm is programmed. It's a consistently changing place. So maybe it's slightly different from the pandemic in terms of that virality potential where everybody was on their phones pretty much all the time. But there's still the chance for growth. Different platforms have different kind of exponential growth potential. So TikTok, I would say, out of all the social media platforms, is that one where you can really get the boom. It has, that virality potential of, you could have 6 posts that only get 100 views, and then your 7th post could have 100,000. There does not seem to be much logic. So you have to treat each platform slightly differently. You know, Instagram maybe is slightly more of a portfolio kind of platform. So it really depends on your growth strategy. But I would say the main thing everybody should be focusing on is consistency, because that's what the algorithm values and will help push your content out.
I love that. And I love that you said, hey, in every stage, the algorithm will change and you just have to go and ride the wave and see what works right now for the platform and also for your ideal client. Amazing. Okay, let's talk about AI, because I know that's the focus here. So I'm going to talk one question about AI from a content creator perspective, but you are a thought leader in teaching people how to learn. So I also gonna wanna go that way. So to start from a content creator, how AI has helped you continue to grow your channel in a way that is still very authentic to you?
Definitely. I think for me, I'm not an editor. I'll put my hands in the air and say, you know, with as many followers as I have still not learned how to use Premiere Pro. And with AI, it's made it so much easier for me to do the editing process. I used to either pay somebody else to do my editing, or I would sit and do the most painful editing process you have ever seen, because I never really learned how to use any of the tools. But now there's AI software like CapCut, Capwing, that Veed, there's every single AI editing tool possible. So you don't even really need to learn how to edit anymore, because you can automate it with so many processes. And I think something else that I also really use AI for with my content creation is hook generation and kind of conceptualization of ideas. For example, even just ChatGPT, I'll turn the dictate feature on and I'll say, okay, this is the kind of stuff that I've been producing recently. This is the kind of stuff that's been working. Can you give me some video ideas that might kind of facilitate and fall in line with some of those topics? And it will easily give me 100 video ideas, which compared to how it used to be in the pandemic, when I'd be sat in my room thinking, God, I've talked about flashcards 7 times in the last week. It really, really helps with some of that kind of ideation process and execution.
I love that. So you're using AI more from the ideation and also help you accelerate the content that you're getting out to the audience. And I like that, because honestly, when I see your channel in TikTok, I'm not seeing something that is perfect and super polished. It's very authentic to you. You're talking, you're educating people, but then you're also talking about your life and like even your relationship with your parents or whatever happens. I think there was an evacuation at some point and you're like also talking about it, right? So I love that you keep it still like very, very authentic and it's very you. And I think that's really important right now in this world of AI. That's what continues to separate people like you. So I know you teach people how to learn, especially kids. When it comes to AI, what have you seen how kids are learning differently? And this is more as a mom now that I want to learn from you, especially in the last 2 years or a year. I've seen my kids learning super different. I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't imagine learning, with AI back when I was a kid. So what have you seen with
Well, great question. There's so much going on the internet. You've got everything from accelerated learning with Quizlet and other kind of traditional digital learning tools, which are using, AI to identify, okay, the student keeps making a mistake in this area, so we're going to get them to focus on that topic even more, which can help accelerate the learning, especially because when you're 14, 15, you're not necessarily aware of the elements of your course that you maybe don't know as well. So those are super, super helpful. But there's even schools that are starting to pop up where they're not using teachers to teach content anymore. It's taught by AI and software, and then you've got teachers to kind of sit and mediate and just keep an eye on the students as a whole and their well-being. So the way in which education is progressing, I think, is going to look completely different in 5 years. And when you compare it back to, you look at pictures of schools in 1920 or whatever, they look the same. It's straight rows of kids at desks. Someone's got their hand up. It's the same style. So I think, to be honest, we're overdue a societal change because the world that we're living in is changing. So we need to change the way in which we're educating our kids to deal with it. There's even stuff like the UK, I don't know what it's like where various people are living, but in the UK, the government is trying to launch a scheme that by 2030, they're going to put a certain amount of budget into making sure loads of adults are trained up in AI. So there is this big societal shift coming where maybe it's a little bit Terminatory, but we're on a path to a new version of society.
I honestly, what I'm hearing, especially as a mom, is you're seeing the positive side, because I think a lot of people are still very scared. And I still see, especially from the parent behavior, they're saying, no, don't use AI. AI is bad, it's cheating. But what you're saying is that AI is helping really connect with the clients, that they meet where the client is at. And it's a personalized teaching, so then they can focus, on Jenny or Blair on how to continue to help her or him or the kid. So for those people who are, hey, AI is cheating, what do you have to say about that to either parents or even kids? I think kids are still sometimes saying, I think I'm cheating if I'm using AI. So what are your views on that?
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, I graduated my university degree in May. So I was in the thank you. I was in the kind of key dissertation year when AI really started becoming like a publicly used tool and publicly acknowledged. And so for us, there was a lot of stuff with certain kids using ChatGPT to write their entire dissertation. And, the teachers are also using AI to mark the papers. So everybody's like, what are we even doing here in the first place? But I think the real thing about using AI and not having that feeling of cheating is to make sure you maintain your critical thinking skills throughout. So for example, instead of using ChatGPT as an example to write your entire essay or to do your homework, and same for parents, don't let your kids do that. But you can use AI to help you identify the structure of what you're going to write. Or if you do the kind of ideation process yourself and you work out, okay, these are the points I want to talk about, can you help me work out how to flow it all into one and get it all systemized? And that, I think, is okay, because it's not taking away from your brain actively having to think, because it's important we don't let AI just replace our thinking. Do the thinking yourself, get AI to check it. Or if you can't think about how to structure something, give it all your thoughts, let it give you the structure, and then go away and write it. It's almost like a hand holding. Instead of telling AI to go away and do it for you, if we work together, that's when I think we see the best results.
That's amazing. And it's very similar to how you're using AI in your content creation.
Exactly.
It's not me exactly what I do, and then I just follow like a zombie. You are co-creating pretty much at the end of the day. I love that. I love that. So, okay, let's go back to social media, because I know a lot of people are like, how did she do it? I'm sure right now people see, oh, well, good for her. She has this massive following. But what are some of the lessons that you have learned that you can share with us so it can help our growth and we go a little bit faster?
Definitely. So I think for anybody who's a small business owner or is in the beginning of their entrepreneurial journey, the thing that a lot of people struggle with is kind of feeling overwhelmed. If you're trying to start your own business, you're thinking, what's my mission? What's my values? I need to do this, 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 and I need to network with it's overwhelming as a process. And so when it comes to social media and content creation, the thing I was saying earlier about consistency is so important. And if you're a lady like me and Jenny, you're wanting to do your makeup and you're wanting to do your hair, and even if you're a guy, you've got your beard routine, maybe, I don't know. But all of those kind of fixing ourselves to feel like we're presentable on camera takes up a lot of time. So I used to film every single day a new TikTok for my TikTok channel. And then I had a moment where I was like, why am I doing this every day? So now I use Sundays as my content creation day. I'll do my makeup once, I'll do my hair once, I'll sort out my background, tidy my room, organize everything, and I will batch film. So that makes it a lot more freeing for me in terms of the time that I'm doing my hair and makeup every day. It takes up so much time. So it just insanity. And also by batch creating, it means, if I spend the day doing my filming, then maybe I've got Monday to do all of the editing, although usually I do it Sunday evening now because of AI, which makes my
yes.
It just means that you only have to do one sitting of content creation, so then you can schedule all your posts for the week, which frees up your time, takes away some of the overwhelm from your headspace. So I would say that's definitely one of the main lessons I've learned. I would say the second thing I've also learned still ties into the consistency thing of having a couple of extra filming videos in your locker, kind of in like a little vault, so that if you're sick, if something comes up, we're all human, stuff comes up. But to make sure we're hitting those kind of consistency criteria, if you've got a couple in your locker that you can whip out when you need them, that makes a big difference as well.
That's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna now do a couple of quick yes or no. Hashtags, in or out?
In, but maximum 3.
No more than 3.
I would say no more than 3. If you're spamming it, the algorithm picks it up as you're trying to get on everybody's view page, so it won't push in the same kind of way.
And then do you go with the same hashtags all the time, or do you vary depending on the content or depending on what else?
I vary slightly. I keep it in my niche, but I'll vary it slightly towards the topic. But I will always keep the hashtag of Blaise Brainiacs, because then it means when people search Blaise Brainiacs, all of my videos come up and the algorithm recognizes this is my content.
Okay, love it. So you talk about consistency. I was actually going to ask you, if you have to pick between consistency, creativity, and clarity of message, how would you put them in order?
Great question. I would say consistency top.
Okay.
Then I would say your messaging second. And then what was the third one you said? I'm so sorry.
No, creativity.
Creativity last. I would say, because you can have your own kind of take on trends, but that creativity is going to look slightly different platform to platform. But consistency, that's where you want to focus.
Amazing. Okay, so what about metrics? So the people who are like, I'm going to go into the analytics and I want to focus on the top 3 metrics. There's something about vanity metrics, people who are like, oh, I have all these followers, but they're making zero money, right? Especially for entrepreneurs. If I ask you, what are the 3 metrics that actually move the needle? What are they?
So you want reposts. Repost is the top one. Then you want saves. It identifies to the algorithm, this person wants to come back to watch this video later. And then the third one you want is comments, because comments is going to reveal the sentiment around your content. So in that order, but reposts and shares are your top 2.
Amazing. And how do you create something that people want to repost?
So with reposts, you either want to be hitting kind of relatability stuff. So when somebody looks at a piece of content and they goes, oh my God, that's so me. I'm going to repost it for all my friends to see so they know what I'm thinking. That's your kind of repost element. But also if stuff is topical or important in society at this point in time, it also would be more likely to get a repost if it's conveying an important message that's making people feel something.
Beautiful.
That's important.
And do you also have the CTA, the call to action to say, share it resonated or something like that?
Yep. So I'll usually put something like, save this to come back later. A lot of people watch TikToks or Instagram without sound. So you want to make sure you've got captions on in every single video. And from there, you know, in your call to action, you can say, if you can't watch this video right now, or especially if you're giving somebody a task to do in the video, you can't do it now, save it, come back later. It can be a gentle call to action to get people to do those metrics that are super important for the algorithm.
Beautiful. For the person, one more question before we wrap it here. For the person who's saying, maybe it's too late for me to start in this whole trend of TikTok or Instagram or social media, what's the message you have for them?
It's never too late. It doesn't have to be perfect. There's creators who are magically appearing with multiple millions of followers in a week at the moment. The way that especially Gen Z work online with TikTok and Instagram, if they decide they like you, that's it. You've got followers, you've got reposts, you've got saves, it's fine. So it's not a case of you're late to the game. It's just, if you're going to show up, you need to show up consistently and you need to be authentic and really come across like you care what you're talking about. It needs to feel real and evoke an emotion.
I have learned so much, Blair, from you, honestly, so much. And I'm going to continue to rewatch this whole summit again and again just to learn from you. Thank you so much for coming here. Where can people find you very quickly?
So you can either find my TikTok, Blaise Brainiacs, or you can just Google Blair Fiander and pretty much all of my links come up. So super easy.
Amazing. Thank you for being here. Again, this was Blair. Make sure you find her in TikTok, follow her material, and also learn from her. And honestly, we'll continue with this summit. But before that, we're going to go into a commercial.
That's a wrap. That is the end of this amazing virtual summit here for the AI Wealth Summit. Jenny, that's another one in the bag. And what I love about these is, you know, it's a little bit like the Oprah Winfrey effect, right? You know, we get to build up our visibility and authority too, but you know, we also get to learn so much. You know, people pay tens of thousands of dollars for education like this, and being an interviewer and a summit host here, you know, we get to collect all this information for ourselves as well, and then go implement it and you know, help basically people lead by example. Jenny, this has been an amazing summit. What's been the highlight for you?
Yeah, honestly, everybody brought something special. And if I can encourage people who are watching right now, there's 3 levels of learning. First of all, you learn something for the first time. The second is that, okay, this makes sense. But the third thing is that you're actually taking action with what you learn. So if I can encourage everybody to rewatch this summit and at least identify what are the 3 things that with this insight, I'm going to go and implement so I can move the needle.
Well, you're part of the Robbins Platinum Partner Program, so this statement will be very, very. I've gone blank. I'm that tired. It'll be very appropriate for this conversation. And Tony Robbins says it's not necessarily the knowledge is where we get success; it's the applied knowledge. So that is always my hope for every summit, that people take what we've taught here today and what the speakers have spoken here and go and experiment. You've heard the whole conversation. You know, it's okay to fail forward fast and figure out things as we go. As we just heard from all these amazing speakers here, they're all entrepreneurs at heart, leveraging AI as a tool. I think that's the very important message here. And circling back to what Josh Phelps was saying, I think that was one of the hero pieces of this whole conversation. And, you know, to remember that we are divine human creatures first and foremost. And when we can partner with AI in a way to be amplified and to extend on what we already do, that is where, you know, back in the probably the 1600s, they would have said that's where the magic happens.
Truly.
And you know, that's all that technology really is, right? Is it only looks like magic to people who don't understand the technology. But when you understand the mechanics of it all, the logistics of it all, and then how to empower and partner with it all, that is where the real success is. So, Jenny, what was your mission that you hoped we succeeded here with this summit today?
Honestly, other than inspiring people, I'm inspiring myself too, right? Like we are always learning. And for me, not only it was a pleasure of co-hosting this with you and learning from these amazing people, but I'm doing what I'm preaching. I'm learning, I'm taking action, and I'm so excited about the future.
Yeah, so we've got some more exciting summits coming up, whether it's with the Hero Makers or whether it's the Los Angeles Tribune. Jenny, we're just about to, or you've just actually launched your podcast with Pablo Alsina.
Yes.
Very Caliente. I love you just to give people a bit of an opportunity here to learn a bit more about your amazing podcast.
We just launched a podcast, Very Caliente, and honestly, it's to empower and unite and highlight incredible Latino and Hispanic voices around the world. Y es dedicado para nuestra comunidad latina hispana alrededor del mundo. So make sure that you follow it. I am co-hosting it with Pablo Alsina. We bring everybody from Grammy winners to celebrities to singers to psychologists and lawyers, everybody. We are highlighting everybody. It's so fun. You have to watch it. Very Caliente. So you can find it in Spotify. You can find it in YouTube, in every platform. So Very Caliente.
Very Caliente. And so I wonder if you can get Bad Bunny on as a guest. I reckon that'd be a
we'll see. Titi me preguntó.
I had to drop the Super Bowl reference in there. So guys, thank you very much for this. Another amazing summit. We'll be back in probably about 3 to 4 weeks away. Michael and I are already cooking away in the kitchen here to bring some more summits. And I'm sure Jenny will be here to bring her amazing energy to the conversation here. And Jenny, it's just an absolute pleasure doing these with you. So thank you very much for your servant heart leadership. And I look forward to seeing you on the next one. For everyone who hasn't registered yet, make sure that you register. We're going to wrap up this whole conversation with the commercial one last time. And make sure that you get your QR code, register for the events that are coming up. And also, we will be sending the replay out for this one very shortly. Thanks for your time. And we look forward to seeing you on the next summit.